Robert, I'm sorry. I have one more name I'd like to add to the panel if possible.
Go ahead.
It's Benson Wong.
You got it.
Thank you very much.
He's now a panelist.
Thank you, Robert.
You're welcome, Steve.
Hey, this is Yumi. Can you hear me, Benson?
I'm able to hear you, Yumi. This is Benson. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, I can.
Hi, Yumi. This is Robert Stanford. You're coming in loud and clear. I'm with the CPUC.
Great. Thank you, Robert.
This is Vincent. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
We hear you.
Thank you.
And doing a sound check. This is Mark Esguerra, PG&E. How am I coming across?
Loud and clear.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. You now have the ability to mute and unmute themselves, or yourselves. So if you want to go ahead and just put yourself on mute, unless you have a speaking role. And this is just a reminder that we will be recording today's WebEx event. Thank you.
Robert, sorry to bother you again. I think our last person, our last primary panelist is on. It's our case attorney, Tessa Carlberg.
Thank you. She's in.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Robert Stanford from the CPUC. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you for checking in.
Thank you.
Robert, I'm going to take a second to answer a question from Nathan, who asked a question. He's one of our potential support members. Nathan, for PG&E support, as called upon, either we will move you as a panelist, or Robert and the IT team will unmute you. One way or the other, we will grant you access if necessary.
Thank you, Ken. Should I make Nathan a panelist?
No, not at this time. I think the current group is, I think, sufficient.
Thank you. Should I be able to give him a speaking role?
So we just for clarity and for people who are online now, and Steve, we have a number of people who will call in at certain sections to support if necessary. I don't think I think we can take a second to pause and unmute, as that becomes apparent. But I don't think we need to do that ahead of time. And I'll send a message to the host and the IT team if we do want to grant someone access to speaking.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Well, Mr. Arnold, this is Robert Stanford again. We're at the approaching the top of the hour. Just let me know when you want to begin. Thank you.
Great. I have 9:58. In the interest of making sure that everyone gets on, I think I'll wait till 10 o'clock, and then we will start. So about 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Robert, I have 10 o'clock. Steve, would you like me to go ahead and begin?
Let's give it a couple more minutes, just so that latecomers will be present when we do the introduction.
Absolutely.
Well, Steve, this is Robert Stanford again.
Yes.
I just received a request from Mr. Tom Long to promote Jonathan Lusser, Charles.
Yes.
Einstein.
Those should all be granted. All the parties from turn should be granted panelist status.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's get started. Good morning, everyone. This is workshop number 2 for PG&E's test year 2023 risk assessment mitigation phase application. That's RAM for short. The application number is A2006-012. My name is Stephen Hain. I am a senior utilities engineer in the Safety Policy Division, and I'm your co-host today along with Ken Arnold from PG&E. This workshop is jointly hosted by the CPUC and PG&E. This workshop today will focus entirely on the wildfire risk, and the workshop is scheduled to last from 10 to 4:30. For participants who are not panelists, please try to mute your mic to the extent that you can when you're not speaking, in order to minimize a lot of background noises that we had last time. I have a lot of background noises today because my next door neighbor is doing siding work today, so there's a lot of banging, so I have to be diligent in muting my own mic. For those of you who are not panelists, you can ask questions by typing in your questions in the Q&A box. I believe there's also a button where you can click on to raise your hand so that people will know that you have a question. My co-host, as I mentioned before today, is Ken Arnold from PG&E. He's the case manager for the RAM application. And so I will let Ken introduce the panelists that he brought to the workshop today. Ken, it's yours.
Great. Steve, thank you for the introduction. With me today, we have Marcus Guerra, who is the Senior Director of PG&E's Electric Operations Asset Strategy. He will be our primary presenter. We have Vincent Lowe, who's Senior Manager from the Enterprise Operational Risk Management Group, and Yumi the same, Senior Manager from EORM. Also, as a panelist, we have Tessa Karlberg, who is our lead case attorney. With introductions done, I will just, Steve, move very quickly to a safety message similar to last time. California has seen, as of yesterday, 475,000 COVID-19 cases with almost 9,000 deaths. Please remember to wear a mask, wash your hand, keep your distance. Please visit covid19.ca.gov. The website, again, provides significant data and metrics on the pandemic, how it's affecting communities in California, as well as really good resources on how to stay safe and healthy. I think we covered mental health last time, but there are a lot of things to go through on that site should you be having any difficulty with the current pandemic. All right. Procedurally, I'd just like to take a second and ask if any members on the line today are decision makers. As we discussed last time, PG&E is interested in transparency and participation here. Just for internal reporting, we would like to know if there are any judges or commission decision makers on the line so we can report appropriately. Okay. Hearing none, before I turn this over to Mark, I do want to ask to try and hold your questions to the end of the slide. We will pause at the end of the slide to make sure that people can ask their questions over the phone. I will be reading the questions from the Q&A within the WebEx application to make sure those are asked. To answer some questions I got after the last workshop, for questions that cannot be answered here today or that we parking lot, I will be reaching out after this workshop to make sure that I have transcribed them appropriately, that we have those questions down, and we will answer those questions. We will answer those via documentation and the discovery process where we will post them into an external facing website as we do in case discovery, so everyone has access to what was said and what our answers are. There are, I think, 3 outstanding questions from the last workshop that we are working through, and we will go through the same process. So again, everyone will be able to see what questions were asked and not answered, and what our responses are. So we will take those and work on them, and there will be follow-up just to make sure we have accuracy. With that said, I will just pause for a second to see if there are any comments from other panelists before I turn this over to Mr. Esquer.
Hi, this is Tom Long. We're just trying to make sure that we seem to have not been given the right password for the panelists to become panelists, and so we're struggling to get on. If someone wants to privately send us the right password, that would help. The one that we were given, the same one as for the general workshop. So anyway, 2 of us, I guess 3 of us are on now, but our consultants are not yet on as participants. And
Tom, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I used the same link and the same password to log on as a panelist, so I don't know. So Robert Stanford can individually grant the panelist status. So just send him the names that you want to grant panelist status to.
yeah,
And Tom, we had to do the same. We were unable. I was unable to get on through the panelist, so we all joined through the, I think, normal channel, and then we're lifted up by Robert.
okay. So I'm just hoping if my consultants are hearing this, that they will know what to do. So that's part of why I'm bringing it up. Thank you.
Well, Mr.
Tom, they shouldn't have to do anything. If you tell Robert Stanford now, or just in a chat, then he can make them a panelist.
Yeah.
Hello, this is Robert Stanford again. Thank you, Wendy. Yes, if you can just send me a list of everyone that needs to be a panelist through the chat, and we will promote them as they come on.
Okay. Thank you. I think I've done it. Maybe not to you, Robert. I sent it to all the panelists, and so anyway, I'll send it again.
Thank you, sir.
And Ken, do you mind? This is Wendy Almagdad. I just want to make a suggestion that if people do put Q&A, that they write it to all attendees so that everyone can see the questions that are being asked. That's helpful.
I think that's very fair, and I would second that, Wendy. Okay. Hearing nothing else, Mark, if you would like to begin the presentation.
All right, thank you, Ken. Thank you for the safety briefing and the introduction. I would like to say good morning to all of you, and thank you to those that are able to participate in this workshop. My name is Marcus Guerra, and as Ken mentioned, I am PG&E Senior Director of our Asset Strategy team within our Electric Operations Organization. I oversee our electric asset family owners that are responsible for our transmission, distribution, and substation assets. That also includes the development of the respective asset management plans. I am also the risk owner for wildfire. I've been with PG&E for approximately 22 years, with the majority of my experience in electric operations. The last few years, I was in our energy policy and procurement group working on distributed energy resource policies, and I rejoined electric operations approximately a year ago. So our objective, so what I'd like to do is advance to the next slide. So our objective for today's workshop is to provide an overview of PG&E's RAMP filing in regards to our wildfire risk assessment and mitigation program portfolio that's going into the 2023 GRC. And as Ken mentioned, today with me, I have a team of representatives across PG&E to provide additional insights into the details of the various programs to best support any questions you may have. There is a lot of content that we have to cover, and I'm sure you have a lot of questions, and so we'll definitely be using the team to help try to answer those questions. Also, this slide here outlines the content we plan to cover for this workshop. So first of all, we will start off by providing some contextual information around the definition, the RAMP risk scores, regulatory proceeding, and a summary of our risk modeling. And then we'll go into our wildfire risk assessment, followed by an overview of the mitigations and controls. So with that, let's begin, and let's move on to the next slide. Let's start off with the definition for wildfire, just to get ourselves all grounded. And so the definition of wildfire risk is defined as PG&E assets or activities that may initiate a fire that is not easily contained, endangering the public, private property, sensitive lands, or the environment. Within the scope of this risk assessment are PG&E's assets or activities. So just kind of contextual background, changes in weather, vegetation growth, and tree mortality patterns brought on by climate change, coupled with increased development in these areas of the wildland areas, have led to these increased consequences related to wildfire ignitions in recent years. 15 of the 20 most destructive wildfires in California's history have occurred since 2000, including 10 of those since 2015. PG&E's electric overhead, transmission, and distribution assets are potential sources of these wildfire ignitions. PG&E faces significant wildfire challenges because of the size and geography of its system, which serves approximately 5.5 million electric customers across 70,000 square miles, of which more than half is in the high fire threat district areas. Next slide.
I have a quick question on the last slide.
Yeah.
Reading that last slide and the definition, this is Katie Morsoni on behalf of TURN. Wildfire is defined as PG&E assets or activities that may initiate a fire. And I just was hoping that you could provide some clarification on whether the worry of the risk, whether the risk is assets that lead to wildfire or that could lead to wildfire, or if the risk is a wildfire, because the definition to me feels a little unclear.
Yeah, so the definition really is, you know, any assets or activities that may initiate the wildfire. The wildfire itself is the event, and really the risk is our assets or activities that may initiate that in the form of an ignition. So not sure if that answers your question.
It helps. I think that the it helps. I guess for me it would be if it said wildfire risk definition or wildfire risk event definition, perhaps would be more clear, and that's where my confusion came from.
And this is Tom Long. Just to follow up, yeah, what is the risk event? It would be helpful to have a clear definition of the risk event that's being used in the middle of the bow tie.
Yeah, so the risk event there is a wildfire, right?
What's a wildfire?
Wildfire. So we have some outcomes here where we've categorized the different types of wildfire there. So largely, if you look at, if we jump into the outcomes, and maybe this will be further unpacked as we go through the wildfire risk bow tie. But effectively, the wildfire has a few different outcomes of different types of wildfire that we'll explain here. That gets into different categories here. What we have in the, I guess when you look at jumping into the details of it, the middle of the bow tie, really what we're looking for is, what are those reportable ignitions that could lead to that wildfire.
Right.
And maybe this could be answered as we further unpack when we get into those details there on the risk bow tie, if that would help.
Okay, what I'm trying to tease out is whether the risk event is an ignition or is it something more than just an ignition. An ignition that happens in the Sierras in a snowstorm, that's not seems to be something we don't need to worry about. But ignition that happens in a high fired threat district during a red flag warning, that does seem to be something we need to worry about.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think we tease that out when we go through our wildfire risk bow ties. We'll see that, a good portion of where a lot of the events, or at least the risk that we have is during, in our high fire threat areas and during the red flag warnings here. So we'll see, when you walk through the risk bow ties, we'll show you the differences between, the entire system view, and then when we break it out into mini bow ties between the high fire threat district and the non-high fire threat district.
Okay, I look forward to that. And just one more question: is reportable ignition, is that a working definition that we should think about for the risk event?
Yeah, we have there's a definition for what's a CPUC reportable definition, and so that is something that is out there. I don't have it in front of me, but that's information that we could provide.
My question is, when PG&E is modeling the risk event, is the risk event that PG&E is using, is that equivalent to the CPUC reportable ignition, or is it something different?
So I think when we talk about the ignitions, in essence, it's yes. So it is a CPUC reportable ignition is the same as the events that we're talking about here.
Thank you.
All right. So moving on here. So on this slide here, you'll see out of our ramp risks, wildfire is the highest safety and overall multi-attribute risk score, MARS. As was discussed in detail in a previous workshop earlier this month, the MARS scores reflect the overall risk by considering the likelihood of event multiplied by the consequence of a risk event. So given the likelihood of ignitions on our system, which we'll get into more detail, and the potential nature of the consequences, wildfire is by far the highest risk to PG&E. We'll go on to the next slide here. So there's a lot that we have here on this slide here. So just to provide some context into our developments over the last few years, we want to highlight how our wildfire model has evolved through the regulatory process. The details of the SMAP proceeding has been discussed previously, but looking into the principles of the SMAP, this was applied during our first RAMP report in 2017. And so some things to point out is, in late 2017, when the RAMP report was filed, we started with a rollout of our first generation RAP model. This was an Excel-based model with an Excel add-in to support the Monte Carlo simulation. I'm highlighting this because while this was a huge step forward in providing a consistent way to calculate risk across our business, it will have a larger implementation down as we mature, which we'll talk about more. And then going into the GRC, a lot occurred for PG&E across California in 2017 and 2018. This devastation is something that is really difficult to put into words. But with that in mind, between RAMP and GRC, unlike the other risks for the company, our electric operations provided a significant overhaul of our mitigation programs to address this risk. This was in the midst of transitioning from fire index area maps to the updated high fire threat district area maps. While we recognize that the mitigation programs were comprehensive in targeting the largest drivers, we were learning a lot about our assets and the differences in our territories. We were able to calculate the risks and benefits overall, but at that time we didn't have the level of granularity that we wished when it came to the ramp models. So since that, a lot has been done on the regulatory front and the SMAP proceeding. Through 2019 and going into 2020, PG&E redeveloped the second generation ramp models, not only to meet its regulatory requirements, but more importantly, highlighted the separation of our miles into different tranches to allow better analysis on the differences in risk profile and help drive more targeted risk reduction activities. And at this point, we also moved away from Excel and into a Python-based model. So you've heard a lot about those developments on that front, but the short answer is that it provided faster performance and even more complex calculations. One more thing to highlight here is by moving to an open source Python programming language, it opened the doors to integration across so many platforms and assessments without having to worry about the limitations that Excel has and the licensing of third-party software. This is really key to allow for easier implementation across the company and is the next phase of our probability of asset failure risk. So what you see here, coming back to the timeline, the Wildfire Mitigation Plan, or WMP, was our first showing of our second generation model, while the WMP focuses on 2020 to 2022 and in the high fire threat areas, and RAM focuses on 2023 to 2026. Many of the programs and assessments are similar and drive the analysis, which we'll get into more in detail in the second half of this workshop. What's key here is that PG&E can better represent the differences in risk between high fire threat districts versus non-high fire threat districts. And you'll just see is that really help influence the decisions to implement our mitigation programs into key areas of our system. Since the filing of the WMP and the CPUC workshop in February, we heard a lot of the feedback. High fire threat district versus non-high fire threat district does not fully delineate the difference in risk, especially in miles. So we've already done extensive work in 2019, and since February, what we've done is we further separate out the high fire threat district areas to represent miles we've done work on versus the rest, which we'll get into more detail in the other slides. I recognize that this was a lot that I covered in this one slide, but it's important for everyone to understand that as PG&E has continued to evolve and take in the feedback from our regulatory and public partners, this creates a lot of change and evolutionary steps in our practice. And so while it may seem frustrating that our models and programs are evolving and may be difficult to track, we want to recognize that this is part of where PG&E is moving exponentially, and we believe that this is a good thing. We're learning and evolving pretty dramatically as we're really learning something new. And with that, I would like to jump into how we developed our wildfire risk assessment for the ramp report. And so we'll spend kind of the first half of this workshop focus on the building of our wildfire bow tie. And in the second half, we'll focus on the programs we describe on how these programs mitigate wildfire risk. So maybe we'll do is we'll go to the next slide here. And what you have here is the one more slide. All right, there you go. Just when you get to the bow tie. Yep. So here's, let's advance from the cover slide and let's move on to the, there you go. Thank you. So here's the wildfire risk bow tie. And you'll see throughout this presentation, and I'll dive into each piece of this and do a little more kind of click in for more discussion here. And what you have is on the left side, we break out all the drivers or causes of the risk event, which we represent as reportable ignitions. And then on the right-hand side of what you see is we show the various outcomes that can occur. Again, we'll discuss this in a little more detail, but what I'd like to do is let's first jump in on kind of the exposure piece. So let's click one slide here. Let's start with the exposure first, right? And one more slide. So from an exposure perspective here, on the left here, you'll see the high fire threat district tier map across California. And from this map, you can see that California is in a rapidly evolving environment due to climate change seen the last few years. This highlights how vast and potentially dangerous the terrain is. On the right side of this slide, you'll see the approximately 70,000 square miles. And when you look at this here, really the majority of PG&E's total footprint is in high fire threat district areas. And just kind of doing just simple math from this visual, it's about 52 to 53% of PG&E's territory is in the high fire threat district. And when you click even further, you'll see that PG&E actually holds the largest footprint of high fire threat district miles among the other California IUs. We'll go to the next slide. So diving in a little further here, this is looking at our electric distribution circuit miles. So when we focus back on exposure, PG&E has 107,000 distribution circuit miles in total, with 81,000 of that being overhead, and the other 25,000 of that in the high fire threat district areas. And so when you start to move to the next graph here, when we compare to the rest of the IUs, PG&E has the majority of the overhead miles in the high fire threat area. That's just a flavor really to show how much larger PG&E's wildfire exposure is when compared to the other IUs. Next slide. So here on the, what we have is another kind of table that, getting back to what we use in our risk assessment. And this table is what we use for our risk model. So this includes a detailed breakdown of the distribution and transmission miles that were exposed to wildfire risk. As a small proportion of ignitions come from the transmission system as well. We also included substation in the assessment for thoroughness, but substation caused ignitions are very unlikely. With these breakouts, PG can better understand the ignition rates and overall consequences between these miles. What I could do is I'd like to dive into the tranches next, so maybe one more slide here. And so coming back to the overall risk bow tie, so when we talk about tranches, it's really to really double click into this and present this information into mini bow ties so that it'll better allow us to see the drivers and risk from each tranche. For example, thinking about what we just talked about regarding high fire threat district versus non-high fire threat, non-HFTDs, we'd want to double click into that. So what we'd like to do is maybe go to the next slide. And this is a slide that's just focused on high fire threat districts. Here you'll see, when compared to the previous slide, that our number of events in high fire threat district is about 30% of the incidents. And the highest driver switches from, in the previous slide, we were, it switches from equipment to vegetation, where previously it was the reverse. And the risk score in the high fire threat district is still significantly high, and the more dominant contributor to the overall wildfire risk score. So what I'd like to do now is maybe to contrast, if you go one more slide.
Mark, can I ask a question? I'm sorry, real quick on that previous one. Because I want to understand the development behind the decision to focus on the whole territory, PG&E's whole territory, rather than just focus on the high fire territory. Because if I understood right, the risks are 99% in the high fire threat area. And for me, looking at the risk bow tie of the high fire threat, which is not what was used for the mitigations, the percent frequency and the percent risk are very close. So it's easy for me to really follow, without like complicated, scenarios. Whereas if you go back to the previous slide, you can see when you're looking at the whole PG&E service territory, that's when the percent frequency, which is an easy number to calculate anytime because it's basically, it's the frequency of ignitions, right, over those per driver, but the percent risk is very different than the percent frequency. So I'm wondering why did PG&E decide to focus still and use the whole service territory for the ramp modeling, rather than the high fire threat ones where you can see the percent frequency and percent risk kind of more match up, and it's just kind of more logical.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understood your question here. So it was, because what we're showing here is we have the, one of the areas is we're showing the entire system from a risk bow tie perspective. And then what we've done is we've done a mini bow tie that focuses just on the high fire threat area, and we also did one for the non-high fire threat area so that we can contrast between the two. And I think the insights we found there is, definitely one, from our analysis, you definitely see that the risk, there's a much higher risk in the high fire threat area, and we've done even more work to break it out between the electric systems of where we're seeing that risk. So, I mean, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question. I'm kind of talking through what I think.
Mark, my question is, why not, when you went through this first high level, modeling, and it came out that 99%, if I remember right, 99% of the risk are in the high fire threat area, then why not use that as a case to focus and do the bow ties all on high fire threat areas? That was my question, because it gets more complicated when you're doing it for the whole territory rather than just the high fire threat areas, in the sense that the percent frequency and the percent risk differ significantly for the whole territory. But when you go to the next slide, to the bow tie for the high fire threat area, you can see percent frequency and percent risk, and percent frequency is very easy to calculate, and percent risk through your, I think through the modeling came out. So why not just, why did PG&E decide not to do all their bow ties only in high fire threat areas?
Wendy, just wanted to jump in here. This is Vincent from PG&E. One of the reasons that we did it, not the only reason that we did it, was because we wanted to align this bow tie and this analysis with our wildfire mitigation plan. And when you look at the wildfire mitigation plan and you look at the CPUC code, I believe it's 8683. I might have got the last two digits wrong, but it clearly requires us to assess the risk for all of our service territory. And how we've done it is we've basically taken the non-high fire threat district and separated it out into its own tranche. And as you mentioned, 99% of the risk is in the high fire threat district. And that allows us to focus on those high fire threat district tranches, at the same time not losing sight of the non-high fire threat district and how it affects our risk profile, right? As it turns out, after the fact, we noticed that it's not a big part of our risk profile, but nevertheless, doing the analysis is still a good thing to do.
Okay.
Hi, this is Joseph Mitchell, MGRA. Just to sort of follow up on that, I really have a hard time seeing any value or utility you get by tranching based on outcome size. Tranches should be independently controllable, and you should be able to have different mitigation measures for each one. And with the size, you've already determined what the outcome is. So the control measures really don't make sense at that point. I can see using high fire threat district or other geographic areas such as high wind as tranches, or dividing or selecting time slices such as red flag warnings or extreme wind events. but just dividing it into catastrophic, big, and so forth. I don't see how that allows better planning.
I'd like to have one of my my other folks kind of that focused on this particular area to cover that.
So this is Benson. Can you hear me okay? To answer your question about breaking apart between kind of the red flag warnings and what's controllable, we're going to dive into detail about how we separate the combination of tranches and outcomes, especially diving into weather conditions related to red flag warning versus non-red flag warning, the outcomes there. So just wanted, maybe you can save that question for later if it's still not clear how we separate out those assessments.
Yeah, just to be clear, I wasn't so much, I think the red flag warning is kind of a legitimate tranchable input, but it's that the outcome size, I just don't understand why it's divided into big, little, catastrophic, and severe. I don't see what that buys you as far as planning.
Well, we'll dive into that a little bit later, but what the purpose of breaking those apart is to kind of be able to show the different risk profiles and the different likelihoods of those type of outcomes occurring. As our center of our bow tie is CPUC reportable ignitions, not every ignition leads to something that may be catastrophic, so that comes at different frequencies, and by separating that, some of our activities are more targeted towards maybe larger scale events versus kind of the other events that happen on a more normal basis.
Yeah. So maybe we have another slide, and then we'll get into tranches, and I think that'll probably at that point maybe it might answer some of your questions. If not, we can definitely open it up for more discussion there if that makes sense.
And Mark,
Okay.
this is Tom Long. If I could just make a process request. You're doing a great job. If you could slow down just a little bit in moving from slide to slide. I've just spent the last 10 minutes during this Q&A just catching up to understand. So it's just going a little fast. That's all. I know we have a lot to cover, but we set aside a full day hoping we can have a fulsome conversation. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. I definitely will monitor my pace there. So no, good feedback there. All right. So let me stay on this slide, or not. Okay, stay on this slide here. Yes, thank you. And so again, just to cover this here, and this also allows folks to maybe scan it a little further. You'll see that our number of events in the high fire threat districts is about 30% of all the ignitions, and the highest driver switches from the equipment to veg, where in the previous slide you would have noticed that it was the reverse, right? And that comes into play when you start listening in on our mitigations, on some of the mitigations we're proposing and why. The risk score in high fire threat district is still significantly high, and again, as I mentioned, it's really the dominant kind of driver from our overall risk score, right? So let's go on to the next slide, which is again a mini bow tie.
Excuse me, Mark. Excuse me, Mark. I'm sorry. Again, I'm being a little slow. So you were contrasting slide 12 and slide 13, and you wanted to draw our attention to a significant difference between the two. Slide 12 is the overall exposure, all the miles in the system. Slide 13 is the exposure where it's limited to the HFTD miles. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then and you were drawing our attention, I think, to the driver's side of the bow tie, and you wanted us to notice an important difference. And I just wanted to help. Could you go over that again?
Yeah. So let's flip one slide to start slide 12 on the overall. There you go. So this is the entire exposure of the PG&E system in terms of the miles. And if you look on what the driver is for the entire system, the lead driver here is on equipment failure, and then vegetation comes in second. So that was one item there. And then when you go one slide into the mini bow tie that's focused just on the high fire threat area, I think we're on the overall. One more slide, please. The one that says risk bow tie high fire threat. There you go. You'll see that now, you know, in terms of what's the highest driver, vegetation now is the top driver in the high fire threat areas, and equipment failure it falls to second. The other item here is that, you know, when you contrast and compare the risk score at the bottom compared to the overall, the majority of that risk, you know, the risk score is driven by high fire threat district only.
Okay, thank you. If I could follow up, it's again to come back to my question earlier. We have the big round circle, the big circle in the middle with the word wildfire. That's the risk event, right?
Correct.
And again, I do think it's fair to ask for some precision in how you define that risk event. Is that definition CPUC reportable ignitions?
Tom, that is correct. The risk event is a CPUC reportable ignition. And the definition of that is, number one, a self-propagating fire of material other than electrical and or communication facilities. Number two, the resulting fire traveled greater than 1 linear meter from the ignition point. And number three, the utility has knowledge that the fire occurred. So that is the risk event.
Okay, so all the frequencies that we're seeing on the driver's side, those are all keyed to the frequency of CPUC reportable ignitions occurring. Is that right?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So let's advance from the high fire threat district map to the non-high fire threat district bow tie. And so to contrast, if you double click into this bow tie, you'll see that the majority of the events, about 68%, but that the outcomes here are generally smaller, and the contribution to the risk score is much lower. And the other thing here is you'll see that from the driver's side, vegetation drops significantly in these areas, which explains why, you know, some of the focus we have on our enhanced vegetation management practices are in the high fire threat districts, which we'll cover later. So at this point, I'm not going to spend too much more time on these bow ties now, as we'll deep dive into this in the following slides. But really just wanted to show you how these tranches, you know, really break down into mini bow ties. And this is significantly more data analysis and inputs for our model. You know, we're assessing it for each kind of breakout, which I know was shared in the last workshop.
And Mark, so this is the only distribution, right?
This is the entire system, but it's broken out. What we showed you was broken out between, you know, the entire system as a whole, and then the other view of the bow tie was non-high fire threat, and then this one is, high fire threat, and then this bow tie in front of you is the non-high fire threat, but includes all electric TD and substations.
Mark, Joseph Mitchell again. Just to sort of expand on your point a little bit, you see a difference in the drivers when you switch from high threat district to non-high fire threat district. You would also probably see difference in the drivers if you were to separately break out your red flag warnings or severe weather, because you expect correlations with equipment failure and vegetation contact, whereas things like animal contact, you would not see any enhanced fire threat during those periods. So a little bit more granularity on that would probably be appropriate.
Right, and I think you'll see that when we talk about the outcomes, we could maybe, you know, spend a little time on that, and then I can have my, you know, some of my folks can get into a little bit more of the details on that after we cover the outcomes. But
yeah, and it's not outcomes, it's frequency. I just want to make sure that that's what I'm trying out is that some of these things are coming in on the left side as well as far as frequency. So when you switched from high fire threat to non, you saw differences in frequencies. You would see the same thing if you were to look at red flag versus non-red flag.
Okay. So the point noted there, and then we can cover more of that when we get into the next few slides. So let's get into the, where are we here? We're on 14. So let's go into the tranches.
Question,
next slide
please.
here. Yes.
May I ask a question, please? Could you please clarify the difference between an equipment failure driver and a vegetation driver? What I don't understand is how a vegetation driver can cause the risk event without equipment failure.
Yeah. So the way we've distinguished it, if kind of an equipment failure would be the electric asset failed on its own, due to some misoperation on the grid. And then vegetation drivers are clearly where those were events where, branches and trees, if not for the branch and tree, the equipment wouldn't have created an ignition. So we may have other causes that get in there, but equipment failure really purely is if the equipment misoperated due to, various other reasons, whether just wasn't able to get to it from a maintenance perspective or not. And the veg is where it's clearly a vegetation item. We do talk about some challenges in discerning that when we go into the drivers, but I hope that initial kind of definition would help.
Thank you.
Mark, this is Wendy. But isn't there also, in addition to misoperation, there are times when some electric assets could cause a spark in correct operation, and you're working towards replacing, certain devices that cause sparks with CAL FIRE exempt items, correct?
That is correct, and we'll get into that there when we get into the discussion on system hardening, so I can provide a little more explanation. But just to answer your question right now, yeah, you are correct. There's some devices that normally operate with a spark, and there is a program to replace those with equipment that is more CAL FIRE supported. Yes.
Excuse me, Mark. This is Tom from Turn. I know you're about to get into tranches. Is there going to be a later point where you go more into the drivers, or is this a good time to ask a question about drivers?
I actually will go into the drivers right after the tranches. We'll get into a little more details there, and then after that, if there's still more questions, that'd be a good time to cover those driver questions.
Okay, I'll save it then. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's move on to tranches, and then what I'd like to do is maybe advance. There you go. Thank you. So with that lens that we had, here are the details of our tranches, right? So we brought the tranches based on the high fire threat and the non-high fire threat, and this is for all of electric transmission, distribution, and substation. And then based on the feedback that we received from Turn, we further delineated the high fire threat district miles into the miles that we have already hardened and the miles that we intend to harden. And so what we want to highlight here is that the miles that were identified to be hardened is significantly higher risk than compared to the remainder of the high fire threat district miles. But those remainder high HFTD miles are vastly higher in risk than the general non-high fire threat district miles. And what I also want to highlight here is even on the miles that we just let me back up here. So the other thing that I want to highlight here is even on the miles that we did harden, you don't remove the risk entirely, right? There's still a significant risk per mile, even compared to the risk territory. And then when we talk about system hardening in the later slides, we'll get into more detail about kind of the effectiveness of it and our thoughts about that in the next steps. So but we wanted to lay out the lens of why tranching was so beneficial in highlighting the risk profiles that we have here for our system here.
Mark, this is Wendy. I want to understand the definitions better. So can you explain further the to be hardened and the remainder and how you defined it? I haven't had a chance to go through your whole filing, so I don't really understand the difference.
Right. So maybe taking a step back just on that in terms of hardening, and this is maybe going to get in a little more detail, but I think it'll help provide some grounding. So we've looked at our high fire threat district circuit miles, and we've taken a closer look and a more granular view to understand where we believe we would have the risk. And in a lot of ways, the inspections of 2019 have also informed a lot of that information, getting information about our electric assets. And so we were able to prioritize our assets. And the first set, of assets that we've hardened, that fits that first tranche. And those tend to be the what we've identified to be kind of our highest risk distribution sections. And what we've also done is, using kind of that prioritization, we've identified a plan that it's not complete yet, but it's in our pipeline to be worked, from the 2020 to 2026 timeframe. And so we filled that plan up, and what we haven't shown here on the remainder that's not yet hardened are all those other facilities that we're still developing kind of the work scope, and the prioritization would fall later later in the time horizon, which is something we'll talk about later on. We talk about alternative mitigation. So basically the key difference there is the remainder, the to be hardened would be the circuit sections that we've identified that haven't been hardened, but we are actively working towards. We have a job, we have a project, we have a team that's working through all the different parameters from engineering, design, permitting, and even at some stages construction. It's in that pipeline, and it's scheduled to be worked on through 2026. And then we have the remaining set of miles that haven't gone through that extensive process, and those are what we're calling remainder.
Can I ask, is the remainder then things you would do after 2026?
Right now, the remainder, here's what we're looking at, is maybe jumping a little ahead, is that the remainder are things that are not in our current plan through 2026, and it probably, under our current path may not be done until after 2026. But we've offering up, there's some work that we're looking at on how we may be able to accelerate and add that into our work plan. But again, those are things that we're talking about more as a pilot to see if those items would work. But in essence, the answer would be yes, but we are also exploring other ways to accelerate our system hardening program where we could get some of this work done sooner than 2026, if that helps.
Okay, actually, one other question about this. What's the definition of harden, and does it exclusively mean covered conductor?
Yeah, no, these are we're maybe jumping into the details here, and I think these are, if it's okay, Wendy, when we get into the mitigations on hardening, can we save that for there, because we have a couple of slides that talk about our fire rebuild guidance and what system hardening is, and then like some alternatives we're looking at, because then I think that you'll get the full spectrum there if that makes sense. If it's okay to hold on to that question.
I hope, yeah, that's fine. But I want to also go back and ask one more question. The to be hardened and the hardened, are these majority of tier 3s and some tier 2, and then is maybe remainder more tier 2? I mean, you haven't addressed the tiers at all.
Yeah. Interesting enough, and I don't have the exact split in front of me, are kind of the work that's to be hardened, or at least on our highest risk, they weren't necessarily all in tier 3. I think when we looked at those lines, I mean, it was, and I have to go back and look at it, I believe that there was a pretty good fair mix between tier 2, tier 3, which is with some of the kind of subject matter expertise kind of thinking about like why it didn't make sense for us to kind of split it into tiers, because the way we were seeing our circuits, we thought that we were seeing just as high a risk in tier 2. And in fact, I have to go back. I know our plans have, we're in the middle of making a lot of adjustments because of our engineering and design, but I don't recall seeing that tier 3 miles whereas I guess I'm saying our tier 2 miles are just as risky, so to speak, and a lot of our field crews and teams had even higher concerns on some of the tiers. There's a few tier 2 circuits that they thought were even more riskier than tier 3, and so they, I guess long answer there is that some of our to be hardened, and I don't have it in front of me. It's not all tier 3.
Okay. So one last question on that. In the remainder, is there much tier 3 in the remainder?
In the remainder, I don't have that in front of me, but I would, my answer here is that I don't believe there would be any tier 3, but I have to confirm. I believe it's pretty much the majority of the tier 2, tier 3 would be covered, but I don't have that information in front of me.
So, Mark, this is Joseph Mitchell. Yeah, I just want to sort of note your claim on the tier 2 versus tier 3. So it's PG&E's belief that there is no practical difference between tier 2 and tier 3 as far as wildfire risk, and you're implementing your program based on that belief.
I think what we're saying is that we see there's some circuits in tier 2 that are just as risky as kind of the concern in tier 3, and in some cases we think that there may be some cases where the tier 2 circuits may be higher risk.
But you're not differentiating the high risk versus non-high risk circuits. Even if you were to claim that here's a tier 2 area that's misclassified as tier 2, it should be tier 3. It would seem to me that this should be circled through the CPUC, much as SCE has tried to have some areas reclassified based on their expert knowledge of local conditions, that they're claiming that things should have their risk tier reclassified. It sounds like this is being done just purely internal to PG&E, number one. And number two, I don't see it appearing in the tranches either. So it's not being reclassified into PG&E high tier or, tier 3 and tier 2. It's just to be hardened and remainder.
Yeah. So, there's a lot of overlap when we, in kind of the use of those high fire threat district maps. I mean, I know they have other purposes, but we're looking at all the risk as a whole. We are mindful of what's tier 2, tier 3, but there's a lot of overlap in the risk profiles of tier 3, tier 2. And in our circuits, frankly, they can be pretty long. They can cross through different areas, and so we factor all of that there in consideration. So we're not saying that it's less risk and it's drawn wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that some of our circuits in tier 2 have just as much risk as tier 3, and so some of those get brought in to be worked earlier. And there's other circumstances too and why we would do the hardening first in those areas. We may have a number of ongoing work where there's a huge bundle of maintenance tags that are high priority. That also gets taken in consideration. But again, maybe the key thing there is that the risk profiles between those two tiers, they overlap, and So there's some tier 2 circuits that could be just as risky, from a consequence perspective. So yeah.
Mark, I do see a number of questions on the line that I'd like to get to. Steve, and to the IT team, I see that Chris Parks has questions, and he's muted. He didn't write his questions. So depending on if you can unmute him, he can ask his questions. I'll move on to John Mader, who has 2 questions on the line.
Hey, this is Steve Haney. Robert Stanford, could you please give Chris Parks panelist status, please? Thanks.
And then, Chris, I just ask you to hang on for a second. I'd like to get to John's questions. Mark, I'll read them. The first question is, can you please provide an example of what distribution lines would be in the high fire threat district and not in system hardening program?
An example of lines that are in basically tier 2, tier 3, and not in the system hardening program. So if you go back to like the tranches we have here, and I don't have which lines those are, but that would be basically currently right now would be the, and I hope this is maybe I just want to make sure I'm answering the question here. The remainder row that's in here in the slide, those are the lines that are currently right now not in the scope of our system hardening program through 2026. Those basically from our assessment, I'll add a little more information to that, is that we've risk ranked from kind of like a likelihood of failure and consequence our distribution circuit segments, and we have roughly we've created a prioritization order of those circuits, and we're working really the highest risk sections. And on the to be hardened, we've identified a pipeline of work that we're able to carry through 2026. And I guess what I always is, it's really what we would say the lower risk, relatively speaking, in the high fire threat areas is in that remainder. And so these are areas where the risk is, and we're not saying it's it's lower as compared to the other circuits that we've hardened. I'm not sure if that answers kind of the question.
Mark, I could actually was granted audio. So I'm taking from what you're saying, for instance, like if there was distribution line, say in like Jackson, which is a small semi-urban town up in the high fire threat district area, that would be designated low risk, and that wouldn't be part of the system hardening. That might be an example.
Yeah, I don't know the Jackson circuit very well, but yeah, there we've the key point there is that we've looked at our planners and engineers have looked at our circuits. They've looked at kind of the condition of that, as well as the kind of the area environment around them, and we've come up with a way to think about it from a risk perspective, and there's going to be some circuits that are towards the bottom of that list, and that they're lower in flood fire risk. And so those are the circuits we're talking about. And what we say is they're just not in scope right now. We've filled our pipeline of work through 2026. We are looking at ways on how we can accelerate the system hardening program to be able to add some of those lines in earlier. So anyway, I think that was John. So John, I think your example is, what you're giving is directionally correct. I don't know the Jackson circuit well, but direction, I believe we're on the same page.
Okay, thanks.
Can I ask a question, Mark?
Sure.
Hi, good to see you. This is Eric from Turn. So PG&E has stated, I think in its WMP, that 22% of the HFTD circuit miles, which is about 5,500 miles, represents like 95% of the wildfire risk in the utilitarian in the high threat fire district. And I'm wondering how to square that with the numbers that I'm seeing here.
So I think I'm just going by. So I'm going to maybe just to kind of help clarify, at least help me clarify the ask. I heard the number of 5,500 miles and 5%. And so I think what you're getting at, and just again, just that number happens to align with what we have for transmission. So if you look on our slide, like in terms of exposure of our high fire threat district miles that are transmission, it's about 5,500. And one of the things that when you look back at, the ignitions, that have where they attributed to, the majority of them are on our distribution system, and it's about 5% of them are on the transmission system in high fire threat area.
Yeah, I don't think it's just transmission, but let me put it more generally. And Edison has similar data. When you look at it, you just see a disproportional risk where about a quarter of the high threat fire district represents around 95%. And I think that's distribution and transmission. So let's call it 5,000, 6,000 miles of line. And so that seems to be, and I can find the exact thing in the WMP, but I assume that you agree that that is the case, right? And I'm wondering why that doesn't square with the numbers that I see here.
Okay, I think what you're getting at is there was a relative risk ranking that was done on a very, very granular level from our distribution engineers. And I think what you're getting at there is based on kind of that relative risk view, that they're saying 95% of the relative risk was in the kind of top 20% of our miles. And, and the top 20% is really, some of that is in the already to be hardened, and then, that was already hardened, and then some of it's in the to be hardened. I can't tell you exactly how much was in there, but I believe that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, that sounds right. And so I'm just wondering why, if the risk is that concentrated, if that kind of aligns with the percent of risk score numbers here in your view.
Yeah, so this is one of the things that we're really working towards our evolution in risk modeling. So this is where like the work we're building out here in the ramp, where we're actually, coming up with a risk score. And what we did in the WMP, we're still kind of building out, we're trying to really leverage some of the work here to help inform that granular kind of ranking. And what we have in WP, it's more the relative risk score, which is, in a lot of ways in relation to the other circuits, but we haven't come up with in the WMP, because we're kind of working through a lot of these elements here. We haven't come up with like an absolute risk score in the WMP, because we're kind of working through that here from this proceeding and how that fits into a more granular level. So so hopefully that kind of provides a little context that the 95% that you're referring to of the risk on the 20% of the miles is really the relative risk amongst the circuits. And what we're getting at here is we're actually getting more of a risk, kind of a more true risk score. But we're still trying to make that connection down to our more granular modeling.
Okay, yeah, I don't understand that, but maybe we can come back to it. And the other thing I would just note is you have over 18,000 miles in one tranche. I mean, you would agree that it's not homogeneous risk across that whole 18,000 miles, right? Like that there's areas of that are much higher risk than others. So
this is definitely an area that we definitely would love to get feedback on. I think based on how we were looking at it from a hardening perspective, we really felt like the to be hardened, and the hardened, particularly the hardened, were like the top highest risk areas. And then what we have to be hardened, we believe that those are kind of like the risks are kind of following suit, irrespective of tier 2, tier 3. And then the remainder there, I think that's something there that, from the homogeneous part, like I think we definitely would love to get feedback and input on how we should do that, right? How should we look at that? And I think that's definitely something we'll definitely love to get feedback from folks and even have discussions on what are some of the alternatives that we should be exploring.
Okay, thanks.
Mark, this is Tom Long from Turn. Two questions following up on some of Wendy's questions earlier on slide 15. One is distribution to be hardened. What is the timing on that? Is that going to be before the next rate case cycle begins or after?
So from a timing perspective, that's what we've modeled out through 2026, and let me see here. I think this here is, it's really modeling the to be hardened is, so the hardened is already complete. The to be hardened is actually, I'm thinking back here, it's beyond 2026. It's actually our longer term kind of 10-year plan in there. And so the remainder are the items that we haven't quite got into our longer term plan. Overall, our 10-year plan is looking at, really it's about 7,000 miles. And our plan, so I want to make sure I correct what I said here. Our plan that we have here through 2026 is about 3,200 miles. And the to be hardened goes beyond that, and it's really looking out to around 10 years or so to do that work.
Okay, so to be hardened is 7,000 miles. Of that, 3,200 will be done by 2026 under current thinking. The remainder will be done after 2026.
Yeah. So just a correction, the to be hardened plus hardened would be about 7,100 miles. There's going to add that other, so that'd be the correction.
All right, and then to breaking down so already hardened means as of 2019, that's what it says on the slide. And then to be hardened mean that the 3,200 that will be done by 2026. I'm trying to figure out what of it will be done by the end of 2022, which means it's not relevant to the next rate case.
Okay, just so the to be hardened is more of it's beyond 2026. So I misspoke earlier. It's really out to 10 years. The miles through 2022 is about 1,000, almost 1,100 miles. Somewhere I don't have the exact number. Would be ready. That's the miles that we're aiming between 2020 to 2022.
Okay, sorry, I got a little confused there, but we have 171 miles that have been done as of 2019. In 2020 through 2022, you're going to do how many miles?
It's going to be between 1,000 to 1,100. I think that's the number. I want to say it's 1,060.
Okay, and that 1,060 is reflected in the 171 plus a portion of the to be hardened. Is that right?
The 1,060 should be in the to be hardened.
It's all to be hardened. Okay.
To be hardened, yeah.
And then you, I heard you. I wasn't quite sure. Then there's going to be a certain amount that's going to be done in 2023 through 2026. And what's the number on that?
So I think in total we should have by 2026. I should remember it's about a little bit under 3,200 miles. I think 3,180 roughly around that time frame.
Okay, and that'll be total. That would include the 1,060 done through 2022.
Right. Correct.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So here's my other question, which is a little more conceptual. I think you were making the point that on this slide 15, that the hardened tranche still shows that the risk does not disappear after the hardening has been done. I think that was a point you were trying to make.
Right.
And I think you're noting that for the percent of miles exposure, it still has a higher than that contribution to the risk score. That was your point?
Right.
Okay. So here's where I feel like it really is important. I know you wanted to defer this Wendy's question to later, but it's kind of important to understand what you mean by hardened, because if the hardening is replacement of a pole, but not something that affects the conductor, then what is that telling us? I mean, I guess I wouldn't expect a replacement of a pole may help reduce the consequences, but it's not going to help with the frequency of an ignition, of reportable ignition. So maybe I shouldn't be surprised that that kind of hardening doesn't eliminate the risk, but it would be more interesting to know if you had it broken down by covered conductor or by other mitigations within this category to know whether how well we're doing on reducing the risk from those. So the basic question is, does hardening what activities are included within hardening, and how are we to understand that use of the word?
Okay, so I'll start off with just before we get there. I should just cover some of those points now. So when we're looking at hardening, it's really, we've developed this new kind of fire rebuild guidance in our area, and it does comprise of putting more resilient poles, changing out the conductor to be covered conductor, so that really taking the bare wires, replacing that, also replacing out the equipment that I think Wendy was bringing out that just normally operate with some sparks, right? So replacing those equipment that that have been found to normally operate that way with equipment that doesn't. It also is looking at replacing some of our equipment that, like transformers, that have certain fluids in there that could create a fire if there was a failure with more with other kind of natural equipment that doesn't create that, and then also the protective animal guards that we have there. And so our hardening program really looks at all those elements when we look at a circuit, and we are designing for kind of the local area in mind. So typically when we put on the covered conductor, it's going to add a little more weight to the poles, and it's not so much the weight it adds on the pole, it's more when you start to factor in the wind condition in that area and the gusts, and making sure, so when you start adding that in there, our engineers consider that to make sure that the system is a resilient design, and so it really factors in all those pieces that what harden, and you'll see this here when we talk about it, what harden is. It's really that comprehensive plan, and in a lot of ways it's also like a suite of a lot of our programs. When you look at them individually, we actually package them together into one, so that when they've identified a circuit that's a high-risk circuit, we're really going out there and really upgrading that section of circuit to our standard for being hardened in that area to really try to mitigate that risk in there. So I think that's really what you see. But as we go through kind of the drivers and the effectiveness of system hardening, we've looked at this, and we're trying to get more and more information. I think we've got a lot. Is it doesn't take all the risks out, right? Like you still have there may be still some situations or cases where say you've hardened it, but you've got like some trees that fly in, and the force and the weight of those trees just take down the conductor and breaks the conductor, even if it's covered. You have some of those type of cases that it's not 100% effective, like because of it being hardened. But I hope that helps. I know I do have a few slides that get into that, and then to the point that like we really try to look at it comprehensively, right? So when you look at hardening the system as a package, you can engineer it as really one design, where you're looking at the poles, you're looking at the conductor, you're looking at the framing that hold the conductor and the equipment and devices, and you're really customizing it to make sure it meets kind of the local area needs. We're factoring in kind of wind history, And so I think one point here, we'll cover it again later on, is it's the reason why we package it as a program. I know that there's interest to maybe break it out into different components, and we obviously could figure out how to do that, to understand how that looks like. But when you package it as one, there's definitely synergies and efficiencies when you do that. And so when you break it out just to see the computations of it, it may not be the true cost for doing it, right? Like if you start doing these things as a la carte, the cost may be, the sum of the a la carte programs together don't really add up to be as effective or as efficient as if you had did all the work in one job. Anyway, I'm probably rambling, so I'll pause there.
Just to follow up, and I know Wendy has a follow up too, I think, but you listed 5 types of activities under hardening, and my question is, for those 171 miles, does that mean each and every one of those miles has had all 5 of those types of work done?
Yes.
Okay, so system hardening means all of that being done. And if one element of those 5 has not been done, then it doesn't count as hardened?
I'd say that's our standard, our guidance is that we do all those elements in the area. I don't know if we would go as far as say it wasn't hardened, but I think we would note that there is a risk that, we'd have to note some of those facilities there if there was something that we missed. But that is our design, is to build to really all those components are upgraded.
So it's all or nothing for PG&E. If you harden, you're going to do it all, or you're not going to do any of it.
Right. Which is one of the, when you look at what we have, we want to explore other alternatives where as we go through our program, particularly like the remainder, that, or even, other miles in there, are we able to, take a closer look? Does it make sense to maybe find different parts of the hardening that we wouldn't need to do? And there's obviously going to be a trade-off with, you'll probably get more done, and obviously that you probably would spend less, but do you really eliminate the risk? And I guess what you'll find out is, I think it makes sense for us on the to-be hardened that those are like our highest, we believe, kind of like relative to all the other miles, those are higher risk, that we really need to cover all those areas. But, we're learning in this space. This fire rebuild standard really came post-2018, and, we came up with a standard to really cover the highest risk. But as we start to learn more about our system and we go into the areas of our system maybe aren't as high a risk, does it make sense to do all that? So we're really trying to explore that, and actually some of the alternatives that we talk about here in system hardening. But there's, it's something that it's conceptual. We haven't even got to a place of a pilot. So we're really kind of just trying to understand, what would it look like just to come up with our design for kind of the hardened kind of standard that we had. We went through a series of piloting on how to do this work, from how to engineer it, do we know how to engineer it, and do we understand all the nuances, and then how to construct it. And then, we're learning about, what's around, what needs to be thought about when you maintain it, right? And so, really trying to learn all those items here, for kind of like the fire risk mitigation are all things that we're learning, and for us to kind of make adjustments to it, to see maybe there's maybe use this phrase, different levels of system hardening that may be more appropriate in other areas where the risk doesn't warrant maybe the full level of system hardening. So that's, I know I'm jumping ahead, but I think the conversation is good, so that's why maybe I'm diving into it, and I hope, when we get to that section, I might sound repetitive, but maybe, I think it was worth a discussion.
Yeah, this is Wendy. I'm going to burst, so I have to speak. So my issue I have with the way the modeling is done for the wildfire risk, which I do support turning this. Really, to me, that the middle of the bow tie should be CPUC reportable ignition. Somewhere, I don't know why you don't have the word ignition anywhere in here. So it's really CPUC reportable ignition that could cause a catastrophic wildfire, destructive wildfire. You know, not every ignition causes a wildfire, not every ignition causes catastrophic wildfire. So anyway, the issue I have, and actually, can you go back to your bow tie? Not the non-high fire one, the one before, the high fire.
The high fire? Yeah,
okay. Let's look at this, because I know this isn't what you used. You showed it as an example, but you did not use this to drive your mitigations. You used the other ones, is what I understood, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what I need to make my point. I mean, with the way you've divided up the tranches and you're doing the modeling, you're driving for your outcome that you used or you're driving for the mitigation of system hardening that you used in 2019, which was to do covered conductor and all those other associated things to reduce your risk in the highest risk circuit segments, that 171 circuit segments. And what I have a problem with is, you know, the ramp and the GRC should be looking long term, and we do know that PG&E is piloting some very important alternative solutions. Early fault detection, which is one, which is being used in Australia, which would detect, perhaps detect a problem on your lines before before a fault even occurs. That's really important. Another one is the Swedish neutral ground fault neutralizer that actually detects the fault when it occurs, but within can't remember exactly, I think it's 60 milliseconds. Within 60 milliseconds, brings down the fault current and the associated energy with that, arc energy, so low that in most cases it doesn't cause a fire. And that's being widely used in Australia. So there's these other alternatives that I know PG&E is piloting and looking into, and these are very important alternatives that could be used instead of covered conductor solution. So I'm really having a problem with the way you're modeling, doing your reverse modeling, driving this very high cost mitigation. And Australia found they couldn't afford to do covered conductor everywhere. So they had to do other alternatives. So anyway, I need to say that. I just need to say that.
Okay. No, thank you, Wendy. I think what you're getting at on the Swedish neutral ground neutralizer. That's the project, goes by the acronym REFCL, REFCL. That's how they turn a word into an acronym, Rapid Earth Fault Current Limiting Project. So yeah, you are right. It is an EPIC project that we are piloting. We're actually, just to get into little details, we're actually in the project, we're beyond the design phase. We're actually trying to implement the equipment so that we can actually start to pilot it in our subs. And so there's a lot that we probably will learn on, obviously every electric system is there's elements that are similar, but there's also a lot of differences in electric systems that are run by different utilities. And so we're just in that phase right now where we're trying to install a lot of the components to be able to pilot it and scale. So it is an alternative. It hasn't been proven yet that and what it would cost for us as well. Like, we don't really have a really firm cost estimate or even all the requirements on how we would actually deploy it. It's great that we've done a lot of benchmarking with Australia to understand, but we also have to, understand how that would look like here. So as far as like including it here as a mitigation, I think we still have a lot that we're going to learn on, how, because there's limits on also on that system and on that design. And should that pilot prove successful? Yes, and it could address a lot of our hardening plans. And I think there's a lot of technologies that we're looking at right now, to be honest with you, that could change our trajectory on system hardening. But until those are like proven and we understand how to actually deploy it, we want to collect that data, but we want to move swiftly, because this could be a huge, there could be some some change. But I want to make sure people understand it is a pilot where we don't even have the system installed yet at one location, so we're still learning about it.
So I know you want to move on, Mark, but I do want to make one comment to underscore what Wendy's talking about, which really gets at cost effectiveness as well as what Tom mentioned. PG&E's system hardening proposal is something like $1.2 to $1.4 million per mile, whereas Edison's covered conductor cost is something like $420,000 per mile. So that's a big difference. And I understand PG&E's position in the GRC, and you brought me back to the last GRC where that was also your position, that you have to bundle all these things together. But I feel like what we're doing in the ramp here is building the analytical tools to understand all these activities better, to understand cost effectiveness, to understand risk reduction. And so I'd really encourage you guys not to think about what your position will be in the GRC right now, but rather to think about how can we build the best analytical tool that we can all use in the GRC. And so I just wanted to make that comment and underscore what Wendy and Tom were talking about.
Oh, no, thank you for that. Understood. And kind of also, the perspective that, the role that I'm at, we're really looking at, it's not about positions at least from where my group is at, we're really trying to understand what will work. And we are trying to search for, is it something that's operable? Will it really reduce, the risk so that we're not at threat of any of these items here. And so, I appreciate the comments about the other programs, and definitely we want to deploy. If there was really some of these programs that could be deployed in really short order, which we're really exploring, can we deploy REFCL? Again, REFCL, there's limitations on that, right? It only addresses not all types of faults. It's, it really, to get into details, it's really just addresses ground faults, but, not line to lines. If there's line slap, which is also something that could be out there, which covered conductor can mitigate, right? So we got to be kind of mindful. So there'll be some additional kind of consideration. We want to make sure we're thoughtful, but we're moving with the sense of urgency. And to your point, I agree. We definitely want to be able to, help our ability to model and the analytics behind it, so that it provides another lens of, are we making good decisions? So, all right.
And Mark, I'll talk about this more at the end of the workshop, but that's why I also brought up the concern in my short deficiencies paper that fault information is really important to wildfire, modeling, that not just ignitions, but fault information and the types of faults. Like you said, my understanding is that most of the faults at our utilities, like somewhere around 80%, are ground faults. So how many of your faults are ground faults? How many are line-to-line faults? How many of those would, important kind of information that if you could include it in your modeling, we could understand what mitigations may be able to best address which risk. And that's why I have concerns about only looking at CPUC reportable ignitions. It's not that I don't think that's really important, and I know that you have to look at that, but you can also look at your fault data. You have thousands and thousands of recorded faults for 2015 to 2019, and you're using that in your other chapter on electric distribution risk, but those, and small conductors, that risk. Anyway, we can talk about it later, but I just feel like it's relevant to the discussion now.
This is Joseph Mitchell, Mussy Grade, and I wanted to just sort of respond and add to Wendy's and Eric's points. I think there's a need for doing long-term modeling and simulation so that you can look at what the opportunity costs would be for waiting on some of these mitigations for a more effective technology solution. You need to be looking at the residual risk. And feeding into that is being able to break out risk on a per circuit basis. This is something that a lot of people brought up during the wildfire mitigation plan proceeding, the fact that everything's being lumped together and we're not seeing the individual circuit risk breaking out. The elephant in the room here is GO95. The utility interpretation of GO95 is 56 miles per hour. But because of grandfathering, you can have a circuit that was built to 56 miles per hour in 1932, and nobody knew about the fact that you got 90 mile per hour wind gusts in that area at that time. And so PG&E calls it GO95 compliant. Others are not, I think SED takes issue with that. In any case, being able to identify which circuits are severely underbuilt for their local conditions versus others helps with prioritization. So it's something that would really add to this analysis to be able to see, okay, we're pulling in these circuits that are particularly vulnerable. In fact, you sort of alluded to that when we were talking about the tier 2 versus tier 3, and your engineers thought other circuits needed attention. Yes, some circuits may be underbuilt for their local conditions. So, and we have no visibility into that. MGR did do some requests during the wildfire mitigation plans. We didn't really make very much progress on that, but that's still an open question that I think could be addressed during this ramp and should be addressed in order to show what sort of prioritization that you're doing on these circuits.
Well, thank you, Joseph. Yes, maybe the short answer yes, we are working towards the, being able to get to a circuit level and even a circuit section level on being to do that here. I think that's definitely work that we all see, that we're all thinking about as well.
I would just like to interject here and just do a quick time check. We're about 11:38. I think this session was slated to 11:30. Certainly, I don't want to get away with the conversation. It's been good. There's been good questions and really good feedback. So we're here for, but I just wanted to let everyone know where we are in the schedule, especially since I think we have a harder stop at the very end of the day. Just to acknowledge.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ken. And I would just say that this is really critical to what comes later. Even if we need to have a follow-up workshop, this is so important.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'm going to try to orient myself. Where did I leave off at?
This is Chris Parks. I had thrown my hand up a while. I wanted to go ahead and see if I could still follow up with the question about the tranches slide. I appreciate it. And just as one quick clarification, I think it came up when I was listening to the other questions. Hardening also includes undergrounding. Is that correct for PG&E?
Yes, there are some select places that we look at undergrounding, correct.
Got it. Okay. And then on this slide, it shows, high fire threat district transmission and the risk score of 6.5%. What I wanted to check was, does this factor in, for example, like Campfire? I believe that was a transmission line. issue. And I was curious, does the fact that that has such a, that Camp Fire was such an enormous event, does that get factored into the risk score? Or is it basically only based upon exposure or transmission miles, or how would that factor into the risk score?
Yeah, you know, I'm going to turn to my modeling leads here if they can help me out on that there.
So maybe I can start. So we, you know, one thing that we were trying to factor in is that the kind of discrepancy between 5%, roughly 5% of our ignitions come from our transmission system versus our distribution system, and thinking about when a spark does happen from a utility equipment, it doesn't really matter if it comes from a distribution or transmission system. So how we kind of looked at the outcomes of an ignition is really agnostic to transmission or distribution. So I think this is where on the transmission side, we have a lower kind of percent of risk to reflect the fact that number of ignitions on the system is very small.
Thank you. I was just curious, does the fact that a transmission circuit would provide a larger amount of energy until it were to trip or to be de-energized, has PG&E have any information in terms of whether that's a factor or not in transmission ties to wildfires or dramatic wildfires?
So I'll jump in there, and if my other team wants to step in on that. So I think the way we're looking at this here is we're looking at it more from kind of the ignition perspective. So, you know, I think I think what you're getting at is, you know, will energy, you know, if transmission produces more energy, does that influence more? I think that's something there that we'd have to look at. But I think the way we've been looking at it was more from, you know, the ignition, but not necessarily the magnitude of kind of the energy from that ignition.
Got it. And on the you know, this has been, I think, touched upon, but and I don't know if this would show up in, I know in a couple slides you're gonna be talking about you know, some of the equipment failure subdrivers and stuff, but this slide, this tranche slide, you know, it says to thus building a better understanding and modeling the causes and consequences of ignitions, and breaks it down into, you know, different distribution and transmission. But I'm curious if, you know, PG&E's reported, at least in the past, you know, the percentage of lines that come down that remain energized. And without having any specific data on that, it would seem to me like that lines that remain energized that do not trip until a trouble, you know, they're not de-energized until a trouble person arrives, that those are, yeah, they're an electrical hazard, but that it would also seem that they would also be a wildfire ignition hazard because they could continue to deliver energy until a trouble person arrives. But I don't see that information is parsed out in terms of figuring out risk, because I think if it were, and if it were significant, then it might also drive, you know, what the mitigation programs might be, you know, whether it's a protection system change as opposed to a covered conductor system hardening or something else. And I was wondering, does PG&E factor in energized wires down? Does it relate to wildfire risk? Do you have any additional information regarding that?
So, you know, I'd say for whenever we have wires down, we do a deeper investigation to understand, you know, not only what happened, but why it happened, and also the extent of condition. And those, what you're getting into is like, well, was it did the system operate as planned, and ideally the system should de-energize. And if you have those situations where it doesn't de-energize, we definitely take a closer look to understand what were the conditions that led to that, and really try to adjust our design for that, right? So I can speak from that perspective here on how we factor that in. I think here on the modeling here from what we have on ramp, I think we're really focused. We haven't broken out that to that level of granularity. I think really one of the things that we're doing when we get into like the drivers is that we had the general drivers, which is whether it was equipment or veg or other categories. And what we've done is we've broken it out by which, when you look at the equipment, the subdriver, exactly which equipment failed, and then that kind of like gives us indication of where we should focus our attention on kind of that piece of the equipment. What you're getting into is like it would probably be categorized within that equipment failure, but then that's probably more into the details that as we go into each of the kind of locations where we had a failure, what happened, and we typically would try to factor that into the redesign of that particular circuit when we put it back up, and we also try to understand, is this something that has is it a larger issue that we have in system-wide? So that gets into more of that. But I'd say for here, we don't go into those type of details there, because I think really it's we're at least getting down to the equipment level, and then we really leave it up to our kind of engineering and standards team and reliability teams when they deep dive these areas to really make those adjustments and try to get it captured back into our standards. Hence, kind of like that's, you kind of see the outcome with like the fire rebuild standard. Part of that is, there was a deeper view to look at each of those events that, led to an ignition or could have led to ignition, and they try to understand all the nuances. If they change the standard, will this have taken care of that? So, hopefully that helped there. But anyway, I'll welcome any other questions that if you may have on that topic.
Can PG&E answer though one of Chris's original questions about? I just want to confirm: was the campfire included in the calculation? And is that probably why the transmission risk score even shows up as 6.5%?
So the campfire is on the list, the listing here when we looked at all the ignitions. So part of it is we went back to our data of ignitions going back to 2015. We've factored in all those ignitions. And on top of that is we also looked at all there was like 7 fires that were excluded from before. So we've gone back in and identified those, and those have been included, and I believe camp is part of that in there as well. So I'm not sure if I think the question that Chris had, well, maybe it was 2 parts, and one was camp, was that included? And we would say the ignitions from when we were developing our assessment, the volume ignitions, camp is included. But I think the question that maybe the question that Chris is asking is, do you differentiate, when you look at an ignition, the energy matter? And I think what we're viewing is that, we view all ignitions could result into a catastrophic fire. And largely, it's probably a bigger factor would be whether or not it's during a time where, you have really kind of those conditions for a red flag warning, right? So you can have kind of a smaller distribution line if it's not, if it fails during those type of conditions, and it happens to be around, an area where there's high consequence, it can also lead to a catastrophic fire. So I don't think we've looked at, would the energy of transmission line lead to a more catastrophic fire or not. I think it's more than just the energy of it, right? We're really viewing that any ignition needs to be considered. At least that's kind of the view that we have.
Yeah, thank you. And it sounds like you're saying also, and when it comes down to mitigations, that your some of your technical folks will look over, how to do the mitigation, but it doesn't appear that that may be something that's done down the road. It's not necessarily something that's used to drive which mitigation programs are going to be coming out of this ramp. So for example, like, if you're looking at energized wires down, it sounds like PG&E gathers a lot of data with root cause analysis stuff, but that doesn't necessarily use to drive the mitigation programs that are produced out of the ramp.
I'd say that, so, that information that, and I want to make sure I'm answering. So the information, historical information, operating performance information, we do factor all that information into this assessment, right? And it gets brought in when we get into, what are the key drivers for, or key risks on our assets. So I would say that is brought in there. And then, ultimately we design programs to really target those highest risk areas. So I'm not sure if I understand your question, but I would say that those get brought in. They definitely are brought in and considered. And, we will definitely build the program and really try to deal with those type of, if we're seeing like really those type of, a particular driver, and, part of this in the ramp is also giving us insights where we think we want to focus in on, right? So it's kind of, it's definitely iterative, right? So we'll from this process, we'll see, some insights there, and, we'll modify, we'll make efforts to figure out how to modify the general direction of a program to align with those risks. So I'm not sure if I was understanding your question correctly.
Yeah, I know time's limited, but I guess what I was trying to get at was how you decide whether to do, based upon the root cause analyses, how that actually comes out with a certain mitigation program that comes out of this, whether it's going to be a protection system or a covered conductor, how you factor in energized wires down, and what the what those root cause analyses do come up with. But I don't know if this gets down to that granular detail or not. But anyway, I know time's limited, so I don't want to dive into that.
Well, following up on what Chris is saying, I do think it's very important, and that's why, at the end of the workshop, when we do talk about the high fire threat tranches, I did also bring up the tranches that are used in electric distribution overhead asset risk. I think it's Chapter 11, which is non-wildfire safety risk from those lines. And I would think, I haven't gone through that yet, but I would think that those risks are usually electrocution or, serious injury and those types of risks from the electric system. But the tranches that you use in those, the 5 tranches, small conductors, which you have 22,000 circuit miles of, and then 3 tranches related to reliability performance on your circuits, whether they're high reliability performance circuits, moderate reliability performance circuits, or poor reliability circuits. And then a 5th tranche for ACSR circuits in aluminum conductor, steel reinforced circuits in corrosion zones. So I would think that some of the wire down root cause analysis, and stuff may be related to those tranches in the non-wildfire electric, risk analysis. And my concern is, why isn't some of that also brought here? But we can talk about that more.
Yeah. So for first off, I think definitely this is something that we will want to reconsider as we kind of develop our next generation wildfire models. I think we need to think through this a little bit more. The intent of like our distribution overhead piece, which is that risk bow tie, is not focused on wildfire. It's really focused on kind of reliability. And, I think it's a slightly different focus, and I think we may differ on that, right? But the intent of wildfire, a lot of it is really more consequence dependent, where there's really, there's kind of some differences here with what we're talking about with terrain and the assets. When you look at that distribution overhead, not to deep dive into that too much, but we can't really apply exactly that tranche. That's really kind of focused on like the, there's the locational nature of that, which gets into like the corrosion zones where, things that are closer to the kind of coastal areas where there's conductors that, the issues are different, right? When it comes to that. And so the risk of wildfire is different there. So I guess I'm just saying that there, that we need to think through it. It probably won't be like, kind of like take that model exactly and apply it here. Like, we're still kind of thinking through how that would look like. But I hear your point, but I guess, we would love to get some feedback and even some alternative suggestions that we'd open discussion on that. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. All right. Okay. Ken, where are we? I'm going to orient myself here. Let me kind of catch. We're on tranches here. All right. Maybe what we'll do, I think
This is Steve Hain here. Let's do a time check. If we do how far away are you from finishing this particular section? All right.
Let's see here. I think we still have quite a few slides to cover.
Would you like to take a lunch break now and come back and finish it off, or?
I'll leave that up to the stakeholders because I've allocated the entire day, so I'm fine. So if the participants want to take maybe I'm not sure if it's a 20-minute or a 30-minute lunch, and then we can regroup at 12:30.
This is Katie from Turn. And I'm sure others have different feelings, but I'd rather if we push through a little longer and took a break closer to 12:30 for childcare reasons.
All right. So if that makes sense, why don't we see how far we can get until 12:30? And our goal, our objective would be to conclude this first section to get into, and start off, take a break after that.
Yeah, that's okay. Ken, do you have any feedback on it? Because I got an email from Ken saying that he was having some issues with a lot of noise in his location.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fine on our side, and yeah, I apologize. Neighbors are just having some maintenance done, so it was extremely loud there for a minute. But I think 12:30 would be, I think, great on our side.
Okay, let's plow through this. Good.
All right, let's continue. But I don't want people to feel like they have to hold back their questions. If anything, if you feel that you can't write it down, and we definitely will address it, after the workshop. So let's go to the next slide here. Let's talk about drivers and subdrivers. So what we're going to do here is, I think we talked a lot about some of this here, but let's focus on the left side of this bow tie. And if we double click into the drivers in the bow tie, you'll see that there's a much more comprehensive view of subdrivers that we started talking about. And so what we'll do here is so this slide that we have is on equipment failures, right? So that was the equipment failure with the driver. This is like a double click into those drivers. I know we were jumping into the conversation about what that is. And for the electric side here, what you'll see here is that equipment failure, conductors and splicing, clamps and connectors are really the large majority of what we could see are ignition drivers. They comprise, when you do the math on that, they comprise about 50%. As you can see, kind of this is really a chart to show you, where those elements are. You'll also notice that there is an equipment failure other, right? And so in those kind of cases, those are where a lot of this is, we have an asset failure. We know one of the assets failed, but sometimes it's very difficult to discern exactly which component, which type of equipment failed, and also could be maybe just also how it's recorded out in the field, when these things happen. And so they know it's a failure and it was listed as other. So we are working on trying to improve on that reporting, but it's about 12% that's other. And we do have a few that are unknown, and we're working, which is like 1.6% further down. on this list. So we're working towards trying to get better information. But the key kind of takeaway here is the conductor, which really is why there's a focus on kind of the system hardening aspect. The conductor, the splices, the clamps, the connector, that's kind of the about half of our equipment driven kind of ignition failures are because of that. Let's go to the next slide here. So the next slide is, we talked about
Mark, just one clarifying question. This is based on 2015 to 2019 ignitions. Is that correct?
That's correct. All right. So then the next slide here is on vegetation. So we've broken out again. These are the sub-drivers for vegetation. So vegetation, this is can be a pretty difficult assessment. While we have a comprehensive vegetation outage investigation process, many times it can still be very difficult to assess the real reason of how the vegetation came into contact or where it actually came from. But what we do want to show you is that, we were able to break the vegetation incidents into if it was due to overhanging branches, clearing around our assets, and at different instances, and if it was trees that fell in without any defects, or not, right? So I think when we start talking about our EVM program, we'll see that there. But these are kind of, when we do a double click into the vegetation drivers, these are the sub drivers there, right?
This is Katie from Turn. This is a large other unknown category. Does PG&E have more information on at least what the other is within the other unknown category? I think the simplest way of asking is how much of it is truly unknown, how much of it is a blow-in or something else.
Yeah, I think this. Oh, sorry. I'll say a few words, and I do want to bring kind of our lead from our vegetation kind of management, maybe can add more color. So some of this here it could be really challenging when they go out to site to try to figure out, what exactly happened, right? And there's, if they can find even remnants of kind of what the vegetation is, that may get tagged as, one of these other categories. But sometimes these things, they may hit our lines and then they come down and then they get blown away and, the evidence, may have caught on fire and you can't tell exactly what happened. You just know that it was vegetation related. And so when they try to compartmentalize it, so I'd say that's some of the challenges there. I'm going to check if one, I don't know if my veg lead is on the line. If they are, they could probably add more color, but this is one of those things there when you go out to a site to try to figure out where, just really trying to figure out is sometimes not the most straightforward thing on what would happen when they go out to the site. Anyway, I'm not sure if that kind of covers what you were looking for, but if not, we're trying to get one of our other vegetation leads to be able to, if you have any follow-ups on that.
Mark, this is Tom from Turn. I'm sorry. Are we waiting to see whether one of your vegetation people has an opportunity to weigh in, or were we finished there?
Yeah, no, why don't you go ahead and ask your question? I think they're trying to get him on the panel so we could unmute him.
Okay, so this question is about drivers. It's the question I reserved from earlier. And it's based on the perspective that identifying the drivers is important to identifying mitigations, because mitigations are a way to reduce the frequency of the events, the risk event. And I don't see on the list of drivers or sub-drivers anything that relates to incorrect operations, quality assurance failures, or any other errors or omissions by PG&E in doing, for example, inspections or vegetation management, contractors maybe not getting it right. And we know, I mean, only a few of the ignitions get investigated. They're only the ones that lead to very large, consequential, catastrophic fires. But of those that have been investigated, I'll just use the term incorrect operations, have been found to be causes of a large number of them. And because investigations aren't done for many of the other ignitions, we don't have that information. But if we include as a driver, for example, we take the campfire as an indication where PG&E pled to involuntary manslaughter, meaning gross negligence in doing inspections for the transmission tower that caused the fire. Maybe the problem is we need to revamp the inspection program. And this is not pointing the finger at the workers. This is pointing the finger at management, and getting management to think about doing a better job of designing the programs that are supposed to prevent these lapses. And again, Mark, this is not targeted at you, but you just happen to be the spokesperson here. But the question is, did PG&E think about this? And more pointedly, why isn't in some fashion incorrect operations reflected in this list of drivers?
Hey, Mark, this is Stephen Fisher. Can you hear me?
Yes. Stephen, go right ahead.
Yes, so I'd like to try and answer that. So my name is Stephen Fisher. I am the Director of Veg Management. I guess I'm the management folks that you're referencing there. I would point out that if you look at this list of drivers, when you see the bottom one there, branch not overhang within 4 feet, that is a situation where our process potentially broke down, that it's within 4 feet. And so in a high fire threat district, that is not a compliant one. The grow in as well also indicates a situation where the tree is now within the compliant zone and has actually grown into line and caused it to fault. So we do include those on there, and we do, the veg team specifically, we do look into our outages, all vegetation caused outages. I can't speak for the rest of the PG&E because I run the veg group, but we do look into these. We are trying to significantly drive down that other unknown category. But as was alluded to earlier, a big part of the challenge is we try and classify into these different kind of buckets, but we've seen anecdotally that tree branches can fly from as far as a quarter mile away. And so when we try and do the investigation to figure out where the tree was, sometimes it's not possible, especially in dense forest conditions. And so that's, I think, what often finds its way into that other unknown category. But we are working to drive that number down, because that data is extremely important to us, because we are looking to, and I know Mark has alluded to this earlier, to finding corrective actions to prevent these in the future. Does that answer the question about why we do actually include, potentially a defect in there? I guess a process defect is in here.
It's a partial answer. I mean, I think there needs to be some, deep reflection on PG&E's part about, well, and also there's a big other and unknown category, but for veg, but it needs to be some good internal reflection about just which ones are because the work wasn't done right or trees were missed, et cetera. But that doesn't.
I think, Tom, your point was, this is Steve Hain here. I think your point was, what if something such as PG&E's tree inspection crews, when they patrol the circuits, didn't do a good enough job in spotting those issues and putting them down in the records? Is that the kinds of things that you envisioned?
Or just a tree that was intended to be part of the program, whether it was required for compliance or whether the program was designed to address it. For example, a dead tree falling on the lines, maybe it was outside the 4 foot or 12 foot zone, depending upon how you define it. But still, PG&E's programs are supposed to do that, whether it's compliance or not. And if they just missed it, I mean, I'm speaking from the Federal Monitor report in the probation proceeding, where this is not an invented issue. This has been raised as a serious concern, that there's a lot of trees that are being missed or not being addressed properly in the vegetation management program. And then the other thing is not that I appreciate Steve Fisher hopping on. The other thing that wasn't addressed is inspection failures. That's what caused the campfire, maybe at issue in the more recent fire that's name of which is eluding me at the moment, 2019 fire.
We do have a section towards the end where we talk about our controls, and the inspection is one where, we're going to bring some of our other inspection kind of leads in there as well, but we do tee up a discussion on that as well, on what we're doing, if that helps, from the asset side. Okay. Thank you for the feedback, Tom. Stephen, was there anything else that you were going to add?
So I was going to point out, so I started in the veg group about a week after the federal monitor's original report that was just referenced hit the ground. And I will tell you some of the changes that we have done since then is we do now 100% work verification on that program. I'd also point out that the monitor was evaluating our EVM program, which was very new at the time, hadn't even been in place for more than 3 months at the time of their review. And so, yes, we had quite a few process issues at the time, and we've worked to resolve, and we're going to continue to work. I acknowledge that we are not perfect at this point, and we're going to continue to get better. But we are looking into those issues, and we are making changes every day to make improvements to try and address those types of issues. And I don't know that this is the time you guys want to go through those, but certainly could go through in quite a bit of detail some of the changes that we've made just over the last year, if that's desired.
So this is Wendy. I think the point really is.
Wendy, can I ask that follow-up question first? So this is Steve Hain here. So let's use this example. For example, let's say that you have a vegetation management crew out to patrol the circuit for vegetation contact in dead trees, and they misjudge a dead tree that has the potential to fall into a circuit. And after the inspection, a month after the inspection, the tree fell into the circuit and started a wildfire. What category would you classify the driver as? Is it dead tree or fell into or other?
If it was a dead tree, it would go into the dead category, that the tree was dead and that's what caused it to fall into the line.
So there's no way to indicate whether or not it was misclassification by the inspector?
Not explicitly in this view that you're looking at.
Okay. Okay.
Steve, done?
Yes, I'm done with this question.
So I think you're getting to the point I was also going to make, and I think that what Turn is making, the points that Turn and MGRA, Musgrave, sorry, Joseph, and SPD are making is just, we feel it's really important to get as much as possible into the modeling, that is a reflection of what kind of mitigations need to be done, whether they're, even improving inspection programs or, improving maintenance programs for equipment. So that's the concern, is that it doesn't seem to be in there right now in the modeling.
Okay. Thank you for that input. I definitely am getting the sense of, additional I'm trying to understand where the additional levels of granularity, where it would make sense to provide it in this type of assessment. So it's definitely something that, we're hearing the feedback and comments, and definitely want to take it back to our team on how do we consider this. All right. Any other comments? If not, I'll move forward to the next slide, which is on the. If we'll advance one slide, we're going to get into the outcomes, and on the right side of this bow tie, you'll see that there's 10 outcomes that are presented. They all have varying degrees of consequence, and what we're going to do is we're going to dive into these in the next few slides. So, we don't have to unpack it all right now, because I think if we go to the next slide, you'll see a similar view, but we'll get into a little bit more specifics and talk through how to read it. So, here on this consequence overview in the 2017 ramp, we considered all ignitions in the same category, but that didn't adequately present the risk. And in the 2020 ramp, PG&E, we dug into this and broke it into 3 variables. One is the size and destructiveness, right, which is really of the fire. Whether there was a red flag warning weather conditions issued, and then the association with a seismic event. In this table, you'll see these 3 variables, come into play, and the combination of these factors creates what we're calling our outcomes. So this is really key to our understanding, as you'll see here that, when you look through there on the top of this table, you see catastrophic fires, and so catastrophic fires, when you move, across the table there, while it's a small percentage of the frequency, it's really the majority of our risk. Another view here is if you focus in on catastrophic fires can happen even during non-red flag days, but what we're saying here is that the frequency is not as likely. And then if we have the capacity to mitigate the catastrophic fires into destructive fires by eliminating the safety impact, the wildfire risk is also something that gets significantly impacted. It brings it smaller. And then the other kind of item here, when you look towards the bottom of the table, small fires on the system, ranging of 1 linear meter to less than 300 acres do occur, and they represent, about 95% plus of our ignition incidents. But showing this also helps us better frame kind of the importance of, the likelihood of a larger event, as well as better understand how weather conditions play into the outcome of our risk. As part of our considerations here, we also wanted to highlight how these risk profiles are different, and how our programs really are showing how we are really targeting those high risk, right? So while the majority of ignitions does not come during red flag warning times, the majority of our risk actually sits during that time. And, programs such as like PSPS and situational awareness is really focused on managing our system during those type of extreme conditions. And the more accurate and precise our awareness, the more benefits we have in managing our risks.
This is Katie from Turn. I have a couple of questions about this slide. One, it doesn't seem like the seismic event really had much of an impact on either the frequency or the percentage of risk. Could you talk a little more about why PG&E thought that was an important variable to include?
Yeah, so you are right. They're fairly small. I'm going to turn to our modelers that were putting this together, and I'll ask Benson to come in and speak on this.
Yeah, this is Benson. Thank you, Katie, for the question. So one thing that we'll kind of briefly touch on later is the concept of our cross-cutting factors. These are kind of issues that span across multiple risks across the company. So a seismic event, or what we modeled here as a seismic scenario, that is something that can affect our gas or electric assets. So in that case, we actually took 3 kind of large-scale seismic scenarios: Hayward, San Andreas, and Rogers Creek. And because they're more catastrophic seismic events, they kind of have a return period of like about 100 years. So from a frequency perspective, it's considered a very low frequency. But however, from a consequence perspective, when it happens, it's extremely high. So when you annualize it, when you look at the overall risk kind of per year, it ends up being fairly small in this case, but this is represented in other risks across the company that may have a higher impact. So in this case, this was done for thoroughness, but we recognize that for wildfire, it's represented as a very small portion of this risk.
Okay. So basically it's and I may be oversimplifying, but basically it's included because it is identified as a cross-cutting risk that is being, that could have a major impact elsewhere.
That's correct.
Okay. And then my second question is definitional in nature. Is there CPUC direction that identified the different fire types definitions, or is that something that PG&E came up with independently? And if yes, could you talk about your thinking? Could you, I guess, explain why these are the different groupings that you put them in?
Yeah. So feel free to point out if I'm misstating, but we spent some time trying to find a full definition of a wildfire or size categorizations. Ultimately, we used kind of a combination of what CAL FIRE was publishing on the information, what we delineated as small and large fire, where it was where the delineating line of additional information was greater than 300 acres. So we started with that to help with our delineation, just based off of the data that we wanted to be used for more comprehensiveness. And then for looking at kind of the large and catastrophic, we looked at the data and tried to find the right point where we could best represent kind of the probability of large scale, more safety events where there could be serious injury or fatality. So that's just analyzing the data in order to best represent kind of the risk profile. If you have definitions that you can point to that would help maybe standardize across the utilities, we would love to hear that feedback.
That was helpful.
This is Wendy McDodd. One nice thing about getting older is that you have more experience. And so as I turned 55 this year and have worked 30 years as an engineer, I have more experience. One of those experiences is remembering the San Francisco, I think it was 1989 earthquake, or the earthquake that impacted San Francisco, and the gas distribution lines that broke in the marina and caused a large fire there. So I'm remembering back to that and just wondering, did you consider, when you did look at seismic as a risk for igniting wildfire, did you consider the potential for seismic damaging some PG&E gas pipelines or other equipment, in a high fire area and causing a wildfire?
I'm gonna Benson, were you gonna?
So we do factor in the seismic events, these scenarios presented in wildfire, also in our gas risk as impacts, potential impacts, the seismic consequence there. But I think what you're getting at is separating a seismic event that causes a gas facility to ignite to lead to a wildfire. Am I following that?
Yeah, because basically that would really be, I mean, this chapter in the ramp is wildfire risk chapter. So there could be potential that your gas lines, PG&E is both gas and electric, could ignite. And I would just think, because of my experience remembering 1989 and that large fire in San Francisco, I'm just thinking about that in particular as an example.
So I think that's good feedback, and that's something that we'll try to reconsider. It's not, we haven't had that many, call it gas facilities leading to an ignition in our data set right now. So then to say a seismic event, which we indicated here is a very small likelihood on an annualized basis, and in relation with a gas facility, I think that's something that we should take back and consider that when we think about our next generation models.
Yeah, thank you, Wendy, for raising that up. Okay, see, experience and experience is good. All right, so I will maybe I will go in looking at this from a different view. If we go one slide, so this is a different view of the outcomes. Make sure my WebEx clicks one slide. Can we advance it to the next slide? Is it Robert? Or is it just my, there you go, thank you. So this is a different view of our outcomes. And so if you view this as an event tree, when an ignition occurs, so did it happen during kind of red flag warning conditions? You'll choose kind of yes or no on that. And then how likely was it that it was an ignition that was more easily contained versus something of a larger size of greater than 300 acres? And again, this is something that we're using these numbers that we've aligned with kind of how CAL FIRE is reporting in their red book. And then understanding the implications that that size is not everything. We took into consideration how destructive the fire could be, and whether it affected greater than or less 100 structures. So you'll see that in the slide. And then understanding that we ultimately broke it down if the fire was just destructive or catastrophic, where in terms of catastrophic, the SIF, a serious injury or a fatality if one was involved. And so there's another view of looking at it. And so if you work down these percentages, you'll see that most of the ignitions are small fires, but catastrophic fires can still happen. So something there as additional detail. And then one more other item here, if we advance to the next slide, what was in the kind of the assumptions for consequences. And so with that view that you had of the event tree, this really gets into the details of our our consequence distributions of safety, reliability, and financial. And I'm not going to go into detail too much here, but the purpose is to kind of show you the risk profiles that are analyzed independently based on the data we have and what CAL FIRE has. And this shows you the variation in consequence between the outcomes that we defined here. So
quick question, here. Mark.
Yep.
Joseph Mitchell, Mussey Grid Road Alliance. What was the motivation for choosing log normal distributions?
So that's a great question for our modelers that are on the line here. So I'm gonna have them speak to that there.
Yeah, so this is Yumi from PG&E, and let me try to explain the process that we took to come up with the distributions, especially for the log normal distributions. We had data, and we tried to fit using standard distributions, and log normal is the best one from trying out different distributions. And part of the reason is that the tail is long. When we look at the historical data, there are outliers in a way, if you say, that would indicate that it's actually having a really long tail than standard normal distribution would indicate.
Okay. Did you investigate power law distributions? Because theoretically and experimentally, wildfires have been shown to exhibit power law distributions.
We have not, but that's something that we can investigate further and see whether that fits better with that data.
Yeah, I think that at least investigating what sort of effects using log normal would introduce into the risk results that you would that would be different than a power law would produce should be done at least as part of the ramp.
Sure.
All right.
To follow up on this question, you said you can investigate further the power law distribution. If that turns out to be a better representation of the consequence distribution than log normal, would you be able to revise the ramp, or would it be too late to incorporate it into the GRC? For this GRC.
I think that sorry, Steve, this is Vincent yet. Yeah, if we find out, the ramps are a way to look at our modeling and get feedback. And if we do find out that the power law distribution is a better fit, yeah, we would consider that for our GRC.
Mark,
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, Tom Long with Turn Just to Nuts and Bolts question on slide 21 on the lines connecting this outcome tree. Let's look at the one that goes from ignition to red flag warning. You have 2 percentages, 14% and then 5%. What are those two different percentages? What do they represent?
One represents high fire threat district and one represents non-high fire threat district.
So the first one is, if the 14% is which one?
High fire threat district.
Thank you. I see. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Can I just follow up on that? Does that mean, going back to that, just to understand, does that mean the arrow going to non-red flag would be, you just take 100% minus 14% and 100% minus 5%? Is that how I'm reading this slide? For all these?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Gonna do a quick time check. I know we were aiming for 12:30. We're at 12:33. I have a few more slides. We can either pause now and then we can make it up as we go before we conclude the section. But I want to be respectful. I know some folks have. We've gone 2.5 hours. Want to make sure. Do we want to continue or do we want to take a break now?
I just need to take a 5-minute break at some point before 1. I'm fine to go now.
Okay.
Yeah, and I have a 11-year-old who's still enjoying sleeping in, so I can keep going.
All right, let's dig in. So, Robert, let's go one slide ahead here. So, what we want to get into is we want to dive into cross-cutting factors that cross the company. The ones that were identified and included in this wildfire risk assessment, are really these that are as follows. We'll deep dive into a couple of these today. Climate change is one of them, which is something we recognize through the efforts from the climate OII, and it's something that we are keeping our eyes wide open on about in regards to implications of this risk, and you'll see this kind of play out in a few slides. The other one here is the emergency preparedness and response. And this is embedded in our risk profiles right now. But changes in our practices that there's influence and consequences, this is embedded in our risk profiles, and it really changes in our practices that influence the consequences during severe fires and is recognized in our EP&R mitigations. The other here is records management. So records management represents kind of a heightened financial consequence. And so there was a multiplier that was included, and it was discussed during the last workshop and is used across the company with different multipliers here, but it's what it is here. And then lastly, as we discussed, we recognize kind of a large-scale seismic event can have dramatic implications in creating wildfire as well, and we'll deep dive into that a bit shortly, and definitely, want to take into some of the feedback we received earlier right now from Wendy. So at this point in time, we also spent a large amount of time deep diving into cyber attacks and IT asset failures. But at this point, we don't feel like the data is really at the level of maturity that we're able to tie it into our wildfire risk at this point. So this is something that we'll look to see, provide progress on how we do this in the future. All right. I'll jump into
real quick, Mark, the climate change, it really is impacting consequence too, isn't it? But maybe you're just dealing with that consequence by using it in the tranches. I mean, in the high fire versus non-high fire area. I don't know. I'm trying to put my head around that.
Yeah. I will defer to my modelers to kind of provide some additional reasoning behind it. If I can have one of you folks do that.
Yeah. So if we go into the next slide, I think we're going to further highlight this in our subsequent sections on climate. But here, I think what you're getting at is about the whole impact versus of our driver versus consequences. That the way we kind of model it is the likelihood of our red flag warning days will grow over the course of time, which can lead to higher risk overall for wildfire. So it's technically it's increasing the likelihood of red flag warning outcomes, which is driven by actually the frequency. So that's kind of maybe the slight confusion there.
So maybe we'll walk through it. I know that we have another section on climate, and we could probably dive deeper into that. And I think we might have some of our climate folks to talk about it, but maybe to kind of set the stage. So I think building off what Benson said. So to kind of summarize these cross-cutting factors here, you want to go back and look at the bow tie, which we're showing you here, and we want to be able to show you where it impacts on the bow tie. So while it's not always directly visualized, it's there, right? And I think Benson was mentioning that, and a lot of work goes into that. And you'll see that seismic, it shows up on the driver side, and creates more significant outcomes. You'll see here that climate's reflected in escalating, as what Benson mentioned, in the likelihood of red flag warning outcomes, and then the EP&R, the emergency preparedness response, is embedded in our consequence of risk events, and you can see the records information management RIM. It's included as a multiplier in our consequence of risk events. So just kind of setting that stage, and maybe what we could do is we could deep dive into the climate, right? If we go to the next slide, you can answer those questions.
Mark.
Yep.
This is Joseph Mitchell. Just talking about cross-cutting factors in context. In our protest, which we filed early yesterday, so you had a chance to see it, we make a strong argument for including extreme winds as a cross-cutting factor. They affect not only wildfire, but asset failure, and they have impacts on both frequency, because they drive outages, and consequences, because they drive larger fires when associated with red flag warnings. So we think that's a fairly strong argument for breaking it out as a separately calculated cross-cutting factor. I think if you separate out extreme wind events, most of your catastrophic wildfires are going to go with that. And then the mitigations that you apply to extreme winds are effective in not only reducing outages, but also reducing wildfires. So I think Tern also had suggested something like that. You had mentioned in the ramp, and we had mentioned it, in numerous filings over the years, that of the importance of extreme wind events as a driver.
Okay. No, thank you, Joseph, for that. And I hadn't seen it yet personally myself, and but I think it's definitely something that we will consider. Yeah, we'll look into that.
And Mark, this is Tom from Tern. A different question. Thank you, Joe, for your point. On records and information management, I just want to understand why that's a multiplier. And I think this was discussed in the previous workshop. I think it's a multiplier to the financial attribute of the consequence side of things. And the idea is that if there is a wildfire, then the regulators, CAL FIRE, et cetera, are going to need to see more of the records, et cetera, and that's going to create costs for PG&E to respond to records requests.
I'm gonna ask for help from my team on how that was modeled, but I am just speaking out loud. I believe that I'll let someone speak, but I believe that's correct. But I'll have one of my modelers validate that. One of my folks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, that's correct, Tom.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll just note that strikes me as an extremely indirect consequence. I'll just leave that point there now, and it will become relevant when we talk about PSPS.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. What we have here is on climate integration. So, deep diving into climate integration into our wildfire risk assessment. And so, again, I'll do my best not to, butcher up the work that our climate resilience team has done, but we do have them online so that they can support or correct anything that I misstate. So what we did was started with the California Fourth Climate Assessment, the Westerling model. This model, provided the change over the years of the average annual area burned, and since a lot plays into the circuit miles impacted, we felt that for now, to represent the change in climate impact, the additional area burned is a reflection on the change of red flag warning conditions, kind of time and area that's expected in our system. And so at this point in time, we're correlating the red flag warnings likelihood with the changes in the areas burned by wildfire. And that's really kind of what this slide is, what we're covering here. I'll pause here if there's any comments that our climate team wants to add or correct me if I've misstated anything.
Hi, Mark. This is Nathan from the climate team. I think you represented this very well.
All right. Okay. Thank you. All
so
right.
Mark, I have a question. I mean, if PG&E did consider extreme winds, then in the modeling, then perhaps, I'm just thinking out loud, perhaps, they would you would do the same thing with extreme winds. I'm not sure if they're projected in the climate assessment. I guess that's my question. Does the climate assessment also address anything that would help you forecast if the wind conditions will be getting worse too?
Wendy, if I can answer as well. If you look at the academic work that's been done to date, it actually suggests, at least for Santa Ana winds, that they become possibly less frequent as climate changes occur. Maybe Nathan could tell me what your plans are. I see in the ramp that you're actually going to be reaching out to a national lab to investigate it for Diablo winds. So can you explain that?
Yeah, that's right. Essentially, the data available now does not meet our needs in terms of incorporating them fulsomely into incorporating climate projections into the risk, which is why we are contracting with Argonne to fill that data gap. And in terms of exactly how we intend to integrate that, we haven't gotten to that point yet. We expect the Argonne study will take some time. But yes, we understand that wind projections, as Joseph Mitchell noted, are critical to understanding future wildfire risk, and we're working to fill that data gap.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that, Nathan. I'd like to just maybe one more slide on climate, just so we can advance it, and then we'll be able to kind of break to a close for this section. So what you're seeing is, the wildfire risk looking in 5-year increments really starts growing here in risk right now. This isn't taking into account any of our mitigations yet, right? But it's just a projection of how our wildfire risk will change over time. So ultimately, by setting the wildfire model with these climate inputs, it allows the next step of the discussion of how certain investments that are impacted or not impacted by climate can change our wildfire risk. And so maybe go one more slide here, just to kind of cap this here in terms of what we've covered. So far, these are all the components to our wildfire risk assessment process, from exposures to tranches to drivers and outcomes, and ultimately, the delineation of the risk based on all these factors. And so to summarize what we've covered, we were able to break down approximately the 99,000 miles into 8 tranches representing different levels of risk. We were able to break down the drivers based on these tranches, with the largest drivers being equipment failure and veg. And then we were able to break down the consequence of the risk events based on the severity and weather conditions. And then we just listened as our kind of some of the work that we've done to integrate the climate change into our long-term wildfire risk outlook. And so, that kind of, for this is I kind of like the conclusion of the first half of our workshop. We'll pause here, but if we could break, and then what we'll do next is start off on the actual controls and mitigation, because I think this kind of set the stage on the foundational piece of it.
Could I just briefly follow up on Joe's point? It seems to relate to slide 26, and I thought Joe's point was that the literature, at least with respect to Santa Ana winds, is not clear that that's a correct representation of the impact of climate change. Is that your point, Joe?
I think we need to differentiate between the climate change components that increase fire risk through longer fire seasons, more drier vegetation, and so forth. Nathan could probably answer that.
So obviously, Santa Ana winds are specific to Southern California. Diablo wind events don't have, at this point, the same level of study in California as the Santa Ana winds do. The bottom line is that additional data is needed. Wind gusts and extreme winds are difficult to model relative to some other climate factors that can be more easily projected.
I think Tom's question was, why is wildfire risk going up with time when we don't know whether the winds are going up with time?
That's a function of essentially increasing temperature over time, which has impacts on vegetation, dryness, and many other climatological factors. So that trend is well established, even aside from the relative lack of precise projections associated with extreme wind events.
Yeah, thank you both to Joe and Nathan. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So it's 12:49. So Ken, Ken and Steve, I'm going to turn to you guys on how you guys want to handle this.
Yeah. So I got some people screaming at me on emails because we have significantly exceeded our scheduled time, deviated from the schedule. So why don't we break, and how about a half-hour lunch?
I think that works for us, Steve.
Yeah.
So we return at 1:20? 1:20?
I think that's correct.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Not bye-bye, but see you later.
All right, Steve, are you back? I see 1:20 on the clock.
Yeah, I'm back. I just want to remind folks who are panelists who are not speaking, please mute your phone. I see several of you, Benson Wong, Brett Kaling, and that's it, who are not muted. Please mute your phone when you're not talking.
Thanks for that reminder. Steve, I still think it makes sense given kind of the heavy first half that we still drive towards a break around 2:30. Just maybe a 10-minute stretch break would be the next, I think, interval. I think that works for us, if you're good with that.
You said 2:30?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. A little bit over an hour, just a short stretch break.
Sure.
Okay. With that said, Tom, are you there? Just want to check in, make sure that your team is back and ready.
I'm here. Katie's going to be a few minutes late, but she said go on. And I'm not sure about the others, but I think we can. They'll join quickly, I'm sure.
Okay, great, awesome. So, Mark, I will turn it back to you to continue the presentation.
All right, thank you, everyone. Hopefully, everyone had a chance to have a nice break for some lunch. Maybe we'll advance to the next slide here, because what we've really done is really set the stage to go over our calculations of risk reduction gained from our controls and mitigation activities. So next slide. So overall, PG&E has 11 wildfire mitigation programs identified for the 2020 RANT filing. And I plan to go over these programs in a bit more detail in the following slides. So I would like to point out that of these programs, I think what we have here is the enhanced vegetation management and system hardening, which if you look at the bar charts, which are shaded, you look at the color coding there, the dark blue and the turquoise. Of those are the largest proportion of spend for what we're talking about here in the 2020-2026 timeframe. And but before we dive into those details, I would like to first provide you an overview of our risk reduction benefits of PG&E's wildfire mitigation program for the 2020 to 2026 timeframe. And so let's advance to the next slide here. So the following slide here that you see on your screen, this is we call it, these are those waterfall type charts that provides a walk of how we arrived at our risk reduction determination. And you can see here on the right-hand side, on the upper right, we've color-coded those mitigations, and we've listed them down here below. So this kind of shows you how this kind of drops. And so as what we described in the first half of our workshop, we started off going over the baseline 2020 risk score, which factored in our forecasted wildfire risk and mitigations completed, up to 2019. And what we're going to get into now is what some of the mitigations going forward and kind of their impact on risk, right? And so this is kind of one of the slides here that we'll probably refer to as we go through this walk, but you can see how this really, how we're computing where we're expecting to reduce risk with these mitigations. When we think about these mitigations, we have a few objectives that we really are thinking about, and we'll maybe talk about those mitigations from those objectives. And what I would do is maybe just advance the slide to the next slide, which are really a top objective we have here is really trying to reduce the emission potential. Yes.
Mark, can you go back to that previous slide, please?
Yes.
And are you going to address the controls at all? Because I'm assuming the controls are work to be done 2020 and beyond.
Yeah. So here, again, kind of due to the compressed schedule that we had and in trying to get a lot of our analysis put together, we really focused on the highest, risk mitigation activities, which are these programs here. And towards the end, we do touch on the controls. There's a discussion there. We're going to have our subject matter experts talk about kind of the patrol inspection and some of the maintenance programs tied to it. it's at this point, it's not reflected here. It's definitely work that we are working towards on making available, for by the time we file for our GRC. But at this point, actually, I think even before that, at this point, we don't have that information in terms of like the risk reduction effort put here. We did, as part of kind of like an introductory kind of like pilot view, we did at one of the other workshops kind of socialize how we were looking at one of the controls on inspections. I think we put it out there for our overhead, distribution overhead, to get feedback and input. And if from that, if we got people generally feel aligned with the approach, our intent would be to try to figure that piece out for kind of the wildfire perspective, and then make it available shortly thereafter. So anyway,
Mark,
there's probably
this is Tom, this is Tom from Turn. On slide 30, I'm afraid I'm just not following what's being depicted here. Like, for example, we have baseline 2020, the score of, I guess that's the risk score at that time of 27,000. And then the next bar is also for 2020, and that's got a risk score of 5999 and 3 different colors with a big blue patch in the middle. I don't know what you're showing us there.
Yeah. So the way to read it, you're absolutely right. Like on the far left there, what you see is kind of like the baseline risk score for 2020. This would assume the mitigations that were applied in 2019, but it doesn't assume any of the forward-looking mitigations yet, right? And so that's kind of like the baseline score. And then when you move to the right, this is like the reduction, based on, if you look at the table below, it starts to give you maybe a better feel of, what the reduction is from those mitigations that, the work that's done in 2020, what the end result is in terms of a decrease in risk. And so the way you look at it is that as you move right, those bar charts will lower your risk, your total risk score for that year. So what we're showing here is, in 2020, you deploy all those mitigations. We're expecting that level of kind of risk drop in 2020. And then as you start to model each year as you go forward, you end up showing kind of like the mitigated risk score down to 2026. So based off of all those mitigations that we talked about. So each one of those is intended to show you kind of the risk drop over time based on the mitigation programs.
Okay, thank you.
So this is Wendy. So I'm still trying to understand it also. So baseline 2020 is work that was done, mitigations and controls, I assume, everything that was done to reduce wildfire risk up through December 31st, 2019. So baseline 2020 says, as of January 1st, 2020, this is the risk score, 27,016. Is that correct?
Yeah, so let me make sure. Yeah, so this is, I think you have it right. The one area that I wanted to maybe correct here is the controls part. So, but this is getting into a little bit more on the modeling side. I'd like to, if it's possible, I'm going to ask one of my modelers to be able to explain a little bit more into the background of kind of that baseline, what was modeled and what was not. So if it's okay, I'd like to see.
Let me.
Yep, Yumi?
Yeah, let me explain it. So I wouldn't say it is the risk score as of January 1st of 2020. Instead, the baseline risk score for 2020 represents the risk scores for entire 2020 in the absence of any further mitigations in 2020, but assuming that we will do the controls for 2020, right? So it's post the controls, but without mitigation. And so this score doesn't include, so the PSPS you see here, it is mitigation. So that baseline 2020 score is the risk score, assuming that we don't do the mitigation that's listed in here.
So then let me follow on and see if I understand correctly. So baseline 2020 is your risk score 27,000. If you only did controls in 2020.
Yeah, so in a way, the other way of saying might be we were assuming that the controls were letting out the increased risk for 2020, if there is any. So we were driving this risk score based on historical data with some adjustment on like what we have done for 2019. But in a way, this is basically assuming that our controls are in effect to maintain that risk, and then that the mitigations here is a way of further reducing the risk from here.
Then to continue on, the next one is that. Oh no! Same slide. The next bar, 5,000. I'm having a hard time understanding this. Does this mean? What does this mean? Is this the total score is reduced by 5,999 from the 27,000 number? So then subtract 27,016 minus 5,999 to get your score for the year of 2020, assuming you did the mitigations that you plan here in 2020. It's obvious that PSPS is the largest mitigation that you're assuming you will do that will impact reduction. Is that correct?
Yep. Yes.
So then in 2021, what happens? Is there no more PSPS? I don't really see PSPS at all until 2023.
So you can see 2021 column in that table. You still see a similar magnitude of PSPS risk reduction. What the chart is showing is incremental risk reduction compared to 2020 in 2021. Right?
Okay, so, okay, yeah. So it's kind of hard to see that really, because it looks, if you look at the bar chart, it looks like you're not doing mitigations. You have to look PSPS is a mitigation. I mean, it's kind of really hard to follow that. But I see what you're saying from the table. PSPS is still coming out to be your largest mitigation by far for this whole time period. Somewhere between 5 and 10 times larger than system hardening, depending on the year.
Yeah, it's the largest it's the program that provides the largest risk reduction.
Can I ask a clarifying question for 2023? This is Katie from Turn. Is that blue bar in the middle the PSPS color, and why is there that additional use of PSPS in 2023?
Yeah, so I'll start off and then I'll definitely want Yuminos to weigh in. So if you also notice, like we had just went over like the impacts of kind of the climate change assessment. If you look there, like we're modeling, and by 2023 we're seeing some additional changes in our model that capture kind of a higher risk of, as we mentioned, like increased red flag warnings and others. And so we're only showing kind of PSPS, really as a mitigation for when you have those kind of red flag warning type events, for the risk of catastrophic or destructive type fires. And so we're showing that, really, that is being deployed in that time frame. So there's a little higher incremental reduction from PSPS as a result of that increase in kind of risk from climate change. Yumi, did I have that? Did I get that correct? Or
Yes.
So I guess this may be an inartfully posed question. Does this suggest that PSPS is going to remain the major tool in PG&E's wildfire mitigation plan through 2026?
Well, I mean, I think what we recognize, like the impacts of PSPS, and so I think one of what we're looking at really is how do we start to accelerate a lot of our hardening activities, but knowing that it's not 100% effective in all situations. There will be some form or a focus on having PSPS, and again, really focusing on how do you make them really smaller, shorter, and smarter. And I think you'll see what we've also added in here is additional work that would accompany PSPS to really focus on reducing some of those impacts. So, while I'd love to tell you that we would not have a PSPS program, I think we will have a PSPS program, but we are really driving at how do we start to mitigate those impacts, and really how do we redesign our grid to get to a place where it's become less and less.
Is there going to be a PSPS section later on today?
Matter of fact, I do. I think the first objective that we're going to cover is more on how do you increase the wildfire ignition potential right after this. And then after that, we go into the second objective, which is getting into the mitigation of mitigation impacts for PSPS. So this next objective will include PSPS, and then the section after that also gets into like what are some of the work that's going on to reduce the impacts of PSPS. So it is in the next subsequent slides, if just to let people know.
Sorry. I'm just wondering is PG&E at all doing anything this year to reduce PSPS during this pandemic? I mean, this is unusual, but I thought that PG&E said they were aware that how difficult PSPS will be on people during a pandemic and shelter-in-place orders.
Right. Yeah, no, I think we're definitely mindful of that, but because kind of going back to kind of like why is there a PSPS program? The threat of having these really kind of high winds, red flag warnings, where you have those conditions where could result in a catastrophic fire. So we want to make sure it's definitely not our first resort. It's actually our last resort, right? Really, once all things have been exhausted, we really would have to consider that there. And so there's a lot of steps that we're taking to try to mitigate that impact. So that there's a likelihood that we could have PSPS events this year, and we are aware about those items, and we really are trying to focus on how do we reduce those type of impacts. And so there's additional work, maybe even more details that I have to offer, that kind of factors in what are those activities, from I think you got into like the pandemic kind of situation, and in that area, like what are some other activities we're doing to try to really mitigate against those type of impacts. But I don't have a lot of those details here. I could speak to some of them, but not in great detail. But I do have a section to talk about PSPS and what we're doing to further kind of reduce our scope.
This is Tom. This slide 30 illustrates a concern I raised earlier about not reflecting, for want of a better word, incorrect operations. When I raised that issue earlier, Stephen Fisher said, "Oh, but yeah, we weren't doing veg management so well when he joined. Right around the time of the federal monitor's report, but now we've really done a lot of things to do a lot better job. And veg management is critical to reducing the risk of these events. So hopefully that work has somehow reduced the risk, yet it's nowhere reflected. That just improvement in PG&E's processes and how it does things should have reduced the risk, I would hope, quite a bit, because that's where the majority of the catastrophic wildfires of the last 3 years have come from. They have come from not doing the right job on vegetation management, not doing inspections right. And so it doesn't, why is that not reflected on this chart?
So this chart, we do have I think we'll walk through when we walk through the mitigation. So we do have the enhanced vegetation management as one of the mitigations we have here. So it's definitely one of the items that we found as one of our mitigations, and system hardening is the other. I'd say those are really kind of like the top two mitigations that we're really leaning in on. PSPS is also there as well, but we also recognize that it's the impact it can have on our community. So
I just want to. I think Judge Alsup would be appalled by this. That PG&E is apparently PG&E doesn't see any benefit to all of his efforts to get PG&E to do a better job at what it's supposed to do under the law, and that needs to be factored in here, because the risk, we're not accurately retelling the story of how PG&E needs to reduce risk. I mean, doesn't PG&E think its risk has gone down because it's doing its vegetation management better?
Yep,
But
I hear what you're
that
saying.
is according to the way it's supposed to be done, not
Right.
through enhanced vegetation management, but just doing the fundamentals the right way.
Right. So I think what you'll see here is that we have a pretty steady enhanced vegetation management kind of program going forward, and I think what we're also getting into was earlier when we're getting the drivers is what can we do to further kind of improve our vegetation management to be even more effective. Those are some other opportunities that we're looking at. I mean, we do have is maybe getting a little bit ahead. We have a fairly good risk spend efficiency on EVM, and that's in addition to just the base. But I think what you're getting at, the base vegetation management program, which we'll continue to have. So I think in combination, having the vegetation management program, having a system hardening program, and then finding ways to accelerate system hardening are all things that we're looking at, right, to be able to reduce those risks. And some of the controls that we were talking about in terms of the veg management and the inspections, those are all also items that are helping as well. And we do have a section to talk about the inspections and kind of the maintenance process and some of the changes that we've made.
So, I mean, just to add on to what Tom's saying, the other kind of, I think it's a control that, PG&E has spent billions on over the last couple of years is the wildfire safety inspection program. And so I'm wondering, is that reflected in the baseline? Like, was the baseline higher, at some point higher, and then you add those controls and it's lower? Like, what was the baseline before controls were added, I guess is my question.
Yeah, so are you referring to like the baseline for 2020, which is what we're showing here?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So what you're seeing here is like the baseline risk, which on the 27,000 doesn't include those mitigations and control. That's why when you go to the right hand of that chart, you'll see when you apply the mitigations, it reduces that risk.
Right, but I mean, none of these mitigations are vegetation management or the wildfire safety inspection program and related. Like, what caused the Camp Fire was inadequate inspections and maintenance, right? And so PG&E has really gone out and I remember from the last GRC was spending billions to upgrade its system and maintain its system. So that's not included anywhere here. I'd hoped maybe it had reduced the baseline, but I think you're saying it didn't. Is that or?
And well, I would just step in to mention that the baseline reflects the current state of the controls that we have in place, right? So to the extent how effective they have been, that's all in the current baseline. It doesn't reflect any improvements yet to the process that we might make. And to your point, we weren't able to calculate as we mentioned before, we weren't able to calculate the breakout for each control, what the effectiveness for the controls are. So basically the baseline it has all of those activities built in to it, baked into it, but we weren't able to isolate the reductions from each of those controls.
Okay. I don't want to take too much time, but if you could talk about how you calculate the reduction from PSPS, like I think you calculate their certain number of ignitions are avoided. I'd be curious how you calculate that, or if you're going to that later.
Yeah, we'll be getting to that.
Okay.
We'll begin to that, yeah. Okay.
I just wanted to point out on that particular point, the PSPS, since we're looking at it with regard to other mitigations. I think everybody, most of the interveners and participants in the WMPs noted that Wildfire Safety Division does not favor using PSP or risk spend efficiencies for PSPS because it doesn't take into account all the other risks and costs that are shifted onto other parties aside from onto the public from PG&E. And therefore, when we're looking at risk, we're looking at a risk reduction for wildfire, but we're seeing other types of risk and cost appearing elsewhere that don't show up in this chart. So it's not as convincing as it looks on this particular chart as far as the overall risk. And I think that's what a lot of us have been pushing for a long time, is to have that more rigorously taken into account.
Okay.
Mark, this is Tom.
Sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, thanks. I looked through your slide deck and I didn't see that we were going to do a deeper dive on enhanced vegetation management mitigation M1. So would this be the appropriate time to raise an issue about that?
Yeah, I can forward it to I think it's like 2 slides down where we can at least put the slide up and then we can have why don't we open it up? Why don't we go ahead and advance to that? Give me a.
Actually, can I ask my question because it's related to this first?
Okay.
Hey, Tom?
Of course.
Can PG&E calculate pre-baseline risk scores without controls?
As of right now, no. We did not do that for the run. This is something that we will be working on, but what you see did not have that.
Right. So let me advance so that we can get to the.
This is Chris Parks. If I may jump in, I'm sorry, before you advance the slide, I had a question on this slide, if you don't mind.
Okay.
One quick question and then kind of like maybe verification or comment question, but with this risk reduction in PSPS, does it also include like maybe risk increase because PSPS may increase some risks, or is there any risk increase at all encompassed in this PSPS risk reduction?
I'll let I think this gets into a little bit on the modeling, so I'm going to have like my my modeling folks kind of explain that a little bit more.
Yeah. let me explain. So this risk reduction is net of increased risk from the PSPS impact event. So the reliability impact from the PSPS is basically netted out from the risk reduction that's coming out of preventing the ignition. So
Okay,
this is the net.
okay, thank you. And that's net, I get it. Thank you. And then I just wanted to kind of clarify, if I understand it right, is I think this graphic, this slide is very elucidating. I think PG&E at workshops has mentioned that it intends to use PSPS will always be a tool in its toolbox. However, this one kind of conveys the message that it is almost dwarfing many of the other mitigation programs, if I understand it correctly. So I just kind of wanted to see if I understand that right, that PSPS will be a major portion of PG&E's risk reduction plans for a number of years, not just a tool, but a major contributor to risk reduction, to PG&E's risk reduction plans. Do I understand it right?
So I think you definitely see that PSPS is definitely has a big risk reduction. Again, it can't be applied throughout the year, right? It's really targeted for those conditions, for like red flag warning type conditions. It's really a last resort type effort after we've exhausted all efforts to kind of prevent the potential of a catastrophic wildfire. I think what we're also kind of looking at is, we're really trying to focus on how do we de-risk the grid, from a system hardening perspective and enhance vegetation management. We're really looking at those efforts. And then with PSPS still, if it's going to be in the fold, which we believe it will be to some extent, we're really trying to target how we could make those smaller, shorter, in events. And so the mitigations that we provide here, which we'll talk about in a few slides, talks about what are some of those type of mitigating kind of activities that we're looking at too as well. So it's not something it's not our first tool. I will say it's really kind of our last resort tool. When all else has been exhausted. And again, it's only we would only think about even using that during kind of like those conditions where the elements were at that point where it was more of a kind of red flag warning type conditions. Really those type conditions where a catastrophic wildfire could occur. That's the only time we really are focusing on using it. So it's not something we could apply year round, nor would we want to.
Mark, red flag warnings tend to be over very large geographic areas and fairly frequent during some seasons. In what sense is this a last resort effort or a strategy if the threshold is red flag warnings? What additional mechanisms are you using to focus it, or is it that and what isn't the last resort? I mean, what other measures do you have in place that would keep the power grid operational during a red flag warning that are available now? As you can see, the vegetation management and the hardening occur over a fairly long time frame.
Right. So this is probably getting into kind of the nuts and bolts of what's in a PSPS, and I'm sure there's probably other that can speak more towards that. But in addition to just the red flag warning, that's actually just kind of one variable. The other is really the kind of the condition of the asset, the type of risk. Is it is based on projected wind speeds? Is there not a likelihood of the asset being impacted either by an equipment failure or a vegetation kind of contact, right? So there's also kind of the geographic nature that we would look at for our system before we would call, the need to de-energize our facilities. So, wanted to also put that out there. So all that there, is and others really kind of contribute to how you scope out a PSPS. The weather, the wind is another, the humidity, the dryness of fuel, right? There's a lot of things that get kind of brought in there. And you know, those things are variables that can change, you know, the humidity and dryness of fuel and those type of things. Those can vary in our system throughout the course of a year. It just depends on kind of how the weather is. So those elements all have to be there where there, you know, an ignition could create some sort of catastrophic fire. And the other, again, it's really like looking at the asset. You know, is it able to, you know, is it an area where there's a risk? Is the wind high enough that, you know, we feel like it might be going beyond kind of the threshold of what that particular asset is good for? So, you know, inspections really kind of plays into that as well to feed information. Again, inspections by itself, I just wanted to maybe get in. Inspections by itself doesn't reduce the risk. Inspections really kind of flags and identifies, you know, really where we want to take some corrective actions and really replacing and doing, you know, reinforcement of our system during those timeframes is really kind of what's really kind of driving kind of the risk reduction there, really improving the system there. So I don't know, I'm kind of said quite a bit there, but I just wanted to see if that is at least somewhat helpful to help understand kind of like what are some of the parts that are in there for a PSPS.
Thank you.
Mark, can you elaborate just on that last statement? You're saying inspections don't really reduce risk, they just identify issues?
Yeah, because you think about the inspections are, you know, they're helping us identify where the risk is, right? But to truly remove the risk, we got to do something with it, right? You would have to physically, if it identified that, you know, a piece of equipment, you know, needed some repairs or a pole. So it's flagging that risk, and really, in kind of the maintenance activities would come in there and you know, do the necessary repair or the necessary maintenance that to bring the facility you know, to whatever level that we're aiming for, right? So just kind of, that's kind of how I'm kind of describing it, right? Like, I guess people think of the inspections and then the actual repairs and maintenance and overhaul as one process, and I could see how, you know, we would look at it. So it's really integrated across. You know, all those programs are really kind of work together to reduce the risk. The inspection is really kind of the first phase to flag it and identify it, give an assessment, and then feed that information over to the groups that would assess and identify what type of corrective actions are necessary. And that really is where you actually remove the risk, is really those corrective actions, right? Does that make sense?
Just to add to Mark a little bit there, this is Sean Holder from PG&E. A couple of the additional controls, and Mark went through some of them. You know, in the normal situation, if we have a fault that occurs in our system, we have protection systems and fuses to remove those from the system and de-energize them. So that's another example of kind of the normal baseline control that we have when failures do happen. And in addition, something that we do during fire season is we disable reclosers in areas that have higher fire risk. That's another kind of control that's prior to PSPS. And we also have additional restoration procedures that are strengthened for fire season to ensure that we don't energize facilities that are not in proper order during the restoration process.
All right, thank you, Sean. Why don't we dig in to some of the details? I think we can come back to this slide if people have questions after hearing the kind of the content. But let's dig in. Let's go to the next slide here.
So Mark, are you going to answer Tom's question? He held off, I think, on enhanced vegetation management.
Yeah. So we're going to cover enhanced veg. We'll kind of give a quick overview of some of the activities there, and then I do believe I have some of my veg folks on the line that we can get into the details of those questions, if that makes sense.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you. Okay, so objective one that we have is we're really trying to make sure that we reduce kind of the wildfire ignition potential And the program that we're gonna, we'll start off with and getting into is enhanced vegetation management, right? System hardening. Towards the end, we have a discussion on our kind of inspection patrols and repairs. And then, we also have system automation work as well as PSPS. So what I'd like to do is, let's go to the next slide. Let's dig into EVM. And so EVM, we talked a lot about it, but just to kind of set the stage so we can get into a deeper conversation about it. The EVM program is targeted at our overhead distribution, all right, in Tier 2 and Tier 3, the high fire threat district areas. And it's designed to really go beyond the requirements of our PG&E's annual vegetation management program, right? So that it's really going beyond that where it maintains compliance with those CPUC mandates. And so the risk spend efficiency for this program is at 2.6, and the investment into EVM targets kind of the largest driver that we've seen in the high fire threat areas in the short term. And then while we're looking to establish an ongoing control for further clearances through our veg management program. And so the EVM program will perform similar kind of trimming and tree removal in the 2020-2022 timeframe to what it did in 2019. However, looking forward there, we're looking at, looking back at kind of like the risk drivers that we saw. We're taking a closer look at what some changes we can make. So we're actually we're looking to perform less work on the distribution lines in 2020 to 2022 than it did in 2019. It's about 1,800 miles of distribution line per year on there. What I'd like to do maybe right now is, we introduced it, and so what I'd like to do is maybe open it up for, I know, Tom, you had a question, and I believe I have I think Stephen Fish is on the line. So, Tom, what I'd like to do is maybe open it up for kind of your questions first.
Sure, thank you. My question was, if I'm understanding correctly from your report, the M1 Enhanced Vegetation Management Mitigation actually encompasses a suite of different mitigations. And the issue in vegetation management, at least as Turn sees it, that comes up in rate cases and in the wildfire mitigation plans, is there are different levels you can do it. And to oversimplify, the levels have to do with how aggressively you manage vegetation as you move away from the right-of-way or from the conductor. And so your report says, there's one thing you do under this is enhanced radial clearance, going from 4 to 12. Another is overhead trimming, which you say is not required by the general order. Dealing with trees that have the potential to strike, including dead and dying trees, but I think that includes also relatively healthy trees, or trees that are living and not expected to die in the near future, which is, a somewhat controversial element of enhanced vegetation management. And then there's fuel reduction activities. I take it that PG&E is doing its analysis just with all of those things included all together, and not breaking it down by these different activities that are within the M1 mitigation. Am I right about that?
I'm going to call on Stephen. Stephen, are you on the line?
Hey, Mark. Yeah, I actually think your next slide maybe starts to address some of that, if I remember correctly.
I'll tee up the next slide, and then maybe you can answer that Tom's question.
So, Tom, I'm speaking a little bit for Mark because this is his slide, but what this slide shows you is a breakdown of the cause, the vegetation cause, and then how effective we feel the enhanced veg management program is at mitigating each of those individual causes. So, for example, the top row is branches that are not overhanging but are greater than 12 feet away. Since we don't trim farther than 12 feet, it has zero effectiveness on reducing those mitigations. The 4 to 12 feet, you can see there we have an estimate of, because we are pushing everything back to that 12 foot, it has some effectiveness on there, though we don't believe it's 100%. And you can go down the list there. So we could talk about, you know, whichever category you want here. But I think this answers the question you're asking about EVM and the different elements of effectiveness for the different types of outages, vegetation caused outages.
Well, it's not breaking it down by activity. It's breaking down the entire suite of EVM activities. How does that, in PG&E's estimation, reduce the risk of those, different subdrivers?
So the expanding the radial clearance in the removing of is in the first couple categories of the branch. The addressing the overhang is in the branch overhang percentage. The fell into is the removal of trees. You represented that that we remove trees that are green and healthy. So we actually don't. We only remove trees that have a defect. And so you can see here the way our system is designed, trees without defect stay, and so there's zero effectiveness there. Trees that have a moderate to severe defect, we do remove the majority of those, and so you see that 95% effectiveness. And then the trees that have a slight defect, that kind of goes into a little bit of that gray area where we allow the arborist on site to make that determination. And so we have that as a 50% effectiveness. So we don't remove all, but we do remove a considerable number.
Steve, while I have you, or Mark, I don't know what these percentages in the columns to the left of effectiveness, RFW and non-RFW, what do they represent?
So those
they represent the occurrences, the percentage of occurrences.
Yeah. Right.
Could you repeat that?
They occurred during red flag warning or non-red flag warning.
So did they cause an ignition, or did they just happen at those, or did they cause a fault?
I believe they caused a fault.
Okay.
This is really confusing. It leads to my question, because on the previous page you mentioned your EVM analysis is based on both outages, which would be faults mostly, and ignitions. So you shifted to include faults for this one. I'm kind of lost. I thought all subdrivers identified would only be ignitions.
So we apply the EVM program, which has benefits on both the wildfire risk as well as the distribution overhead risk. So we did the analysis for this on both the faults as well as the ignitions. So these rates are a reflection on the various types of veg incidences, but it would be applied to ignitions as it pertains to wildfire risk. The overall risk spend efficiency is the combination of the risk reduction of, well, it's the benefit of the entire program, which touches both the wildfire as well as the distribution overhead risk.
But wouldn't the RSE, or wouldn't the effectiveness, well, let's maybe think about RSE, wouldn't that change depending on whether you're thinking about ignitions versus faults?
The number of incidences and the risk would be, yes, they're calculated separately. So in the distribution overhead risk model, we also included, similar to wildfire, a risk score, as well as what the mitigation effectiveness is shown here, and how that applies to vegetation caused outages. And hence, we would calculate the risk reduction from there and aggregate that with the ignition reduction for an overall risk reduction.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm just trying again to understand the information on slide 33. So if I were to put one of the cells into a sentence, I would say 1.9% of faults are the result of, in a red flag warning situation, are the result of a branch further than 12 feet away.
Yes. I might just preface that by saying faults and ignitions, because the ignitions are included in the fault.
Faults and ignitions.
So every ignition is a fault, but not every fault is an ignition.
And then the effectiveness column is PG&E's estimate of the effectiveness of the Enhanced Vegetation Management Program as a whole, the suite of mitigations that is listed in your report that I cited earlier, in reducing the incidence of faults and ignitions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's not saying the aspect of the program that deals with trees with a potential to strike. It's not isolating the effectiveness of that in addressing these things. It's the program as a whole.
Can you say that again, Tom? I just want to make sure that last question or that comment you said, can you just say that again?
Well, like, again, I'm looking at your report, and there's one of the elements of your Enhanced Vegetation Management Program is identification and mitigation of trees with the potential to strike. Now, you're already supposed to do that within the compliance zone, within the 4-foot zone, and some people could say it's a 12-foot zone already under GO 95 because that's the Commission's guidance about how far you're supposed to deal with trees. But apparently, PG&E views 4-foot as the compliance, and anything beyond 4-foot to 12-foot is enhanced. But if there's a tree in a strike zone, that should be, if it's within 12 feet, it's addressed as what PG&E calls enhanced radial clearance. And then if it's beyond 12 feet but could still fall in, then it's addressed as mitigation of trees with potential to strike. They're two different things with two different, both having the impact of potentially preventing a tree that falls in and strikes a line, but they're two different elements of the program. But they're not separated out in your effectiveness column.
So they aren't explicitly, this is Stephen, by the way, Fisher with PG&E. They aren't explicitly, but you can infer that information from here. And so the equivalent would be, for EVM, one category is the removal of overhangs. That is in the row that says branch overhang. So that activity is part of EVM. The risk, the effectiveness, and the resulting risk reduction is represented in that line. The inventory of all the strike trees and then the removal of trees that have defects is represented in the columns below with the fell in. And so you can get that information from this view here that you're seeing. And then just to clarify on a comment that you made, so yes, 4-foot is compliance for the high fire threat districts, and PG&E trims beyond 4 feet per pruning guidelines that have been established. But the difference between our routine program and our EVM program is that in routine we strive to hit that 12-foot, but in situations where customers, homeowners, cities, whatever it is, do not want the trim to go the full 12 feet and say they request 6 feet or 10 feet, we may comply with that. But under our EVM scope, it's an absolute that you will always achieve that 12-foot radial clearance, regardless of for it to count, regardless of the feedback from the local community. So that's the distinction between the two.
This is Wendy. Tom, are you done? I was going to ask a different kind of question.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
So I think, Steve, you made a comment that that every ignition is a fault here, but not every fault is an ignition. Perhaps that's the case for vegetation contacts, but that's not always the case for every ignition. And I just want to be clear about that. As we talked earlier, there is some equipment that could cause sparks and be in normal operation. So that was one I just wanted to clarify. And I had another one. Just give me.
So, yeah, yes, this is Stephen with PG&E. For what I'm referencing, yes, I'm referencing only vegetation.
Okay, thank you. So then the next question I had is, since you are looking at faults for your vegetation mitigation and your effectiveness, what percentage of your faults are single line to ground faults?
I don't know that percentage off the top of my head. I don't know, Mark, if your team has that available.
Yeah, no, I don't have that top of my head, but the majority of our faults are more single line to ground, but I don't have that information in front of me.
The majority of the vegetation or all your faults, Mark?
I think when I look at most of our faults they're usually kind of a single phase event. We do have the phase-to-phase type things, from line slapping, but the ones that again, I have to look at the data. I don't have in front of me. It's been more on the single line to ground.
And isn't it correct that some of the new pilots that you're looking at do address single line to ground faults pretty effectively if they, like the Rapid Earth current REFCL?
Yeah, REFCL is a lot more. It's really geared towards the single phase to ground type of events, and not really effective for more than a single line to ground. But yeah, that's definitely an area that we're focusing on.
This is Chris Parks. May I ask a question about what you just mentioned about the single line fault? Is that in terms of the kind of faults that PG&E experiences, is that a significant risk fault, or are other types of faults much greater compared to that type of fault?
I mean, in terms of impact, in terms of severity, three-phase faults are probably less likely, but those probably a little harsher on the system. Single phase is something that, that's why a lot of our protection systems are out there. They're really geared towards really kind of addressing those type of items, because we know with the three-phase system that there's that type of exposure. But a lot also, I mean, I'm not a protection engineer, but there's a lot more that also goes into the fault in terms of the severity of it. Like what type of load do you have behind in the system, the percentage of motor load, the length of how long that fault is there. All those are kind of considerations that we would look at.
Got it. I was just trying to see if I could get an understanding of, in terms of mitigations, and there's a limited resources, whether the REFCOL type of mitigation that only seems to, I think you're explaining, really only affects a single line fault would be ranked high in terms of getting the most bang for the buck or not.
Yeah, it's something that we're exploring, right? We again, I will say we don't have the pilot implemented, but in theory that, you know, if it could be implemented, and I don't have a good cost estimate for what that would look like, but yeah, it would definitely, I think it would make us relook at, you know, some of the risks that we have in the area, and, you know, it could, you know, it's something we'd see how it would affect our system hardening plans, but you know, in concept, that's why we're approaching that pilot. We really are kind of aggressively looking to try to learn from that.
Got it. Thanks.
And when do you plan to have results from that? Because, I mean, it is implemented in Australia for a number of years. So when do you plan to have results?
Yeah, I can tell you we're trying to have it, we're trying to get all the work implemented at least so that we have a running pilot this year. Like we're trying to have, there's definitely activities that we're aiming for by end of third quarter this year, that we're trying to have that the location up and running so that we can actually start getting results to see, you know, how it works into our system. I don't actually have kind of the time frame on when we would actually have good results, but you know, it's something that we could provide an update to. I just don't have that information in front of me, other than kind of like the timing of when we're going to have that pilot up and running.
And are there any other pilots that you have to do, you know, that would basically, you know, detect an early fault, a pre-fault condition, or, you know, an open phase? I mean, is there any other pilots that would be, you know, that maybe have been implemented in other places and are very promising that you're working on that could impact what mitigations you would need to do?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few that are in the alternative kind of exploratory phase. You know, in addition to kind of the REFCOL, I think in our filing we also are exploring, you know, so going into the mitigations, right? Like, so like the system hardening really is just trying to harden the system so that it could it could be more resilient. Pilots like REFCOL are like, it's assuming that you're going to make contact with our facility, with the conductor, and it's really trying to mitigate kind of the fault current, right? It's really trying to suppress the fault current before it hits the ground to a point where the energy is at low enough levels that the concern for ignition in a dry area is low, right? That's really the concept of the REFCOL pilot. So we've got that pilot, and then we've got other pilots that are, you know, anticipating faults, you know, like looking at signals, trying to anticipate. But one that we also call out that we're in the early phases of is, I'm trying to make sure I got the right name, the fast action kind of protection scheme that we've included in there. That's really, we've made reference to it in our filing, where it's really trying to test out, you know, the ability to de-energize a line, you know, should vegetation contact kind of make its way that crosses kind of like the distance, you know, close enough to a line, so that, you know, we would de-energize the line like right before impact, right? So we're also exploring, you know, that type of work, which it's also mentioned in our ramp filing as something that we're exploring as well. So that's a different type of mitigation, right? So that's like the system hardening is really trying to make your system more resilient to take on kind of this additional potential impact. The REFCOL is assuming that, you know, your system's going to be impacted, and really trying to suppress the energy off that single conductor before it hits the ground, that it's low enough, won't create ignition. And then we're also exploring, you know, pilots in a way where, as vegetation is flying into our lines, like if it crosses a particular kind of zone, that, you know, we have fast action scheme to be able to trip the line, and only trip it basically. When I say trip, I mean de-energize the line. De-energize the line only when you absolutely have to do so. And so that's another kind of pilot that we're exploring and testing and trying to figure out how to move forward on. And that is in our ramp filing, but it's kind of in the early stages of kind of development. So there's probably a few more, but those are kind of things that just top of my head in front of folks here in the camera that I could recall at this point.
And just going back to that, I really do appreciate that, but I think this is really important, especially because we're looking out through 2026. And that's why I'm bringing it up, because this ramp and the GRC is planning through 2026. And it's hard for me as a power engineer to believe that some of these won't be in place in these years, in these next few years. Can you speak one more time about the anticipatory pilot that would look at signals, the early fault, pre-fault detection is what I call it. Can you speak more to that?
Yeah. So I think was it the one I was talking about in terms of like it wasn't it was pre-fault. It was more, as vegetation is flying, making its way towards our line, that it would sense the vegetation was nearby and quickly de-energize the line. Is that the pilot?
No, I was actually talking about early fault detection, and I thought that PG&E is piloting, is looking into, is researching it. That is being basically can detect. Just let me finish. That can detect, the signals. You were talking about anticipatory, looking at the signals, where they have within every 3 miles, you would put up sensors. Those sensors would actually detect a tiny strand breaking, and it could detect unique signatures from that tiny strand breaking before it actually causes a fault, for example. That kind of technology.
Right. So that falls into our fault anticipation kind of pilots that we're looking at, and that's where it's looking at different signals on our electric distribution line. Some of it is taking advantage of kind of some of the existing devices we have out there, such as reclosers and others that are looking at different components that's on our power line. They're actually looking at the harmonics. This is going to get really into kind of like the power engineering. They're looking at the different harmonic signals on the line, and then when that they found through kind of their analysis that leads to kind of the traits of a conductor being on the ground. And so it's something that we're piloting on a number of some of our reclosers and other devices where we're checking for that third harmonic. When it hits a certain value of number of kind of reads that it's seeing, then it kind of has the signal and waveform of that there's a fault in there, and it would quickly open up. So that's something there that I'm not the expert in that. I do have a few folks on my team that could probably speak in a lot more details about how that pilot is being implemented and the results that we have ongoing. But I think that's what you're getting at, right? The distribution fault anticipation kind of scheme where looking at other signals other than looking at the harmonics is what it's looking for.
Actually, I'm aware of a different pilot, and we can maybe talk about that another time. But there is a different technology that is being that I'm aware of, and I think it's being installed in Australia and the state of Victoria, where they actually install sensors. So they're not using the reclosers. They're installing these separate sensors like every 3 miles, and they can actually pick up like signals. And after some time, they find these patterns where they can find a pattern for when you have a broken strand, things like that.
Okay, we should probably connect when we get more into details, because it's sounding pretty close to kind of the distribution fault anticipation kind of protection pilot that we're looking at, where we're kind of testing this type of information out on some of our devices, such as like the reclosers and other sensors that are out there. So definitely, I think we could probably talk more to you about that. Okay. And I think it's early fault detection. I think that's what it is. So
yes, it's early fault detection, correct.
Okay, right. I was thinking of, because you said fault anticipation, so I was kind of hung on another pilot. So yeah, definitely, I think we could have a deeper dive. We can bring in our leads, our managers that are running that pilot, if you're interested to learn more about that. Okay.
Hey, I want to do a time check. We said we were going to do a break at 2:30. Ken, where are we with respect relative to the schedule, the agenda?
We are, we're definitely behind. I think. Is that me? I definitely hear my echo. I apologize. We're definitely behind the schedule. I know that we're going to stop at 3:30, and Wendy, I think we're in agreement with you that we need to finish this, and these discussions are very important. So I think, Steve, you're asking, where's the right time to continue this. And I'm not talking about date in the future. I just think like topics. And if we could, what do we have, about an hour? If Mark, I don't know if you think we can get through, get into system hardening. That way we have, on a continuance, we have something like PSPS inspections at a mutually agreeable date. We can come back and have, I think, discussions, which will probably be pretty in depth on those two. So, Wendy and Tom, that would be my suggestion.
Ken, are you thinking that would allow us time to discuss the SPD agenda item too?
Yeah, we absolutely are committed to that. I think that was publicly noticed. So we want to stop at 3:30 and give you that time to have that discussion hour, Wendy. So maybe what I'm saying, Mark, is that we take this, a 5 or 10-minute just stretch break, give people a chance to be healthy, and then we come back and we drive and we listen, and then we will have to kind of put the brakes on this thing and talk about when we want to come back and continue this discussion. But that's definitely with where we are on current trajectory with this workshop.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Let's call it 5 minutes. So we'll call it 2:37.
All right, thank you.
Okay, looks like we are back at 2:37.
All right. Okay.
Mark, before you start, I just want to take one more second and just do a recheck. I've noticed the attendee number has fluctuated quite a bit. Just want to make sure if there are any decision makers from the commission on the line that they identify themselves, and I'll just pause for 10 seconds. If you could just let us know if you are, it'd be great for internal reporting.
All right. Okay. I'll go ahead and start. So let's move on to the next slide here. I know we were starting to get into the work we're doing for system hardening, so maybe we could advance the slide, please. So while the slide is being moved there, thank you. What you have here is our fire rebuild design guidance, and so from this guidance, and then we touched about this earlier in the morning. There's the following elements that we've considered as part of our system hardening package. We talked about the primary and secondary covered conductors. That's one. The other is on the pole replacement, where all poles are really being evaluated for kind of strength requirements to withstand heavier conductor, right? And it's not just the weight of the conductor, but also the weight the force that the conductor may put onto the pole due to winds. So we're also evaluating, pole materials for kind of like the fire resiliency and strength. And then I think Wendy touched on this earlier. We're also looking at, we have some equipment that just operates normally with sparks. They spark as they operate, and so we're replacement of those, what we're calling the non-exempt equipment, with equipment that's been certified by CAL FIRE as low risk. We're also replacing our overhead distribution line transformers. We're upgrading those to those transformers that are insulated with FR3 fluid, which is a natural kind of derived fire resistant fluid. And then the other component that I mentioned was the framing of it, right? We're framing it so that we're replacing all the cross arms and equivalent, and putting associated animal protection. So we're basically wrapping up all the jumpers on the line, including any animal protection to help reduce any additional contacts that could happen, that could create an ignition risk. And we'll jump into some of the details of system hardening, but maybe what I'll focus in on here is, if you go to the next slide.
Actually, I have a question real quick. This is the first time I've seen you're including secondary circuits in the cover conductor.
That's correct.
What's the breakdown approximately between primary and secondary?
In terms of mileage,
right?
I don't have that number here in front of me here, but that's something that we do have. I just don't have it on the kind of the fingertips of on my head. We can make a follow-up, but it's not anywhere. It's in terms of the open kind of wire and secondary, it's relatively on the smaller side, but we can follow up with the numbers on that there. Okay. Let me advance just to the next slide real quick here, so I can cover the replacement of kind of the non-exempt equipment. So next slide. Maybe it's not showing up. So what we have here is kind of, we want to talk about some of the other mitigations before we get into some of the other components of system hardening. So there's the non-exempt M3 is we've combined both M3 and M4 on this one slide. This is again touching on the equipment that the non-exempt surge arresters and the expulsion of the expulsion fuse replacement. And so again, this program is replacing the non-exempt surge arresters with exempt surge arresters. This program, will reduce the potential for ignitions via electric arcs and sparks from across our entire system when you have one of these, when a voltage surge event were to occur and during operation of these arresters. This particular program is focused on the high fire threat areas first to minimize those consequences, and then in the non-high fire threat areas for more of a public safety. And you'll see that in our distribution overhead risk section. So for that piece, we're completing those replacements in conjunction with other work that's related to surge arrestor grounding. So it's a way to kind of package that. The RSC for the non-exempt surge arrestor, it's about 2.7 and that's up to 2021 since we're forecasting to complete the surge arrestor replacements in the high fire threat areas by 2021. And then the second part of this is on the expulsion fuse replacement. So that program is targeting replacement of the non-exempt fuses that have the potential to basically expel hot or molten material, upon normal operation that, could lead to an increased risk of ignition. The RSC for that one is at 1. This program is prioritizing replacement of these fuses in the areas of Tier 2 and Tier 3. And, it's really kind of taken point with our veg management program to kind of consider, where the high risk areas based on terrain conditions. So I wanted to cover that. Those were a few there, but I really wanted to jump into kind of the next slide, which gets into the system hardening program.
So can you just give us some kind of number? How many surge arresters, how many fuses are you talking about through 2026?
The surge arrestor number, I don't have that here in front of me here, but we can definitely, post workshop, we can provide that there. I just don't have it in front of me right now. Okay. So I'd like to maybe advance over to the next slide. Then we start to talk about our system hardening program. So M2, this is our system hardening program. Again, this is what we are calling our ongoing long-term capital investment to rebuild, portions of our electric overhead distribution system to reduce the fire risk. The RSC for this program is at 7.5, so we feel it's pretty good. The investment into system hardening targets kind of the largest drivers to the risk events, and as I mentioned earlier, it's really trying to mitigate those equipment failures and some of the vegetation failures. And so we have plans to really progressively increase the system hardening program from 241 miles this year to over 500 miles in 2026. There are going to be some locations that we're exploring if it makes sense to underground. Underground portions of existing overhead structures is in limited circumstances, and such as in locations along main egress routes where there's a rebuilt overhead circuit that could still potentially fall and block evacuation routes and access to first responders. So we'll look for those cases where we can actually underground. And then in addition, we may also remove some circuits, right? So there's also work that we're doing that ties in where we're removing circuits or portions of circuits that, over time have been found to be no longer needed due to changes in grid configuration and or on our customer needs. So that, really moving those lines in those areas as a risk reduction effort. In general, this is kind of like the overall program, and we've also targeted ways that we want to accelerate this. And so maybe the next slide here, if we can advance into that here, is the alternatives to system hardening, right? So on the previous slide on M2 is really kind of like a one package where we harden the entire circuit. Every one of those components are covered. And what we're doing here is that we've also identified, 2 alternative approaches to our current system hardening program, which we list here as A3 and A4. Both alternatives, again, they're in their early stages of development, but are geared towards accelerating our ability to really try to harden or system harden, miles in the system. Alternative A3, which is kind of more targeted approach, and is really looking at, is it, it's targeted to see, can we, maybe you don't have to, if you don't, in locations where maybe the veg risk isn't as high and maybe you don't need to replace the bare wire, but instead focuses on other kind of modifications, other components that we've identified in system hardening out of the 5, really kind of looking at those spots there. Then alternative A4 is kind of a hybrid of kind of what we'll call maybe the full system hardening package and kind of the targeted package where it's kind of in between. So both alternatives, they really target the equipment failure driver, and it has benefits in mitigating the vegetation and animal and other drivers, but obviously not to the extent of, let's say, kind of the full system hardening mitigation program. And so the preliminary RSCs for this are like, for A3, it's about 5, a little bit over 5.1, and for A4, which is about 7.6. And so this is one way that, depending on kind of like, as we were talking about our tranches, like, as we look through kind of the tranches where the remaining, are there good opportunities where these locations would work? And again, we're in the early kind of stage of kind of evaluating such a program and trying to kick off a pilot, but wanted to introduce both of these here as kind of like from a system hardening perspective. And then maybe one more slide before we open it up to questions. If you go to the next slide, this gets into the effectiveness, right? So this chart, it's a lot of information here, but this chart is it summarizes our review on the effectiveness of system hardening, and we also show you kind of like the effectiveness from different levels of system hardening. So it's important to note that, and we talked about it earlier, is that while system hardening does address a lot of the ignitions, its effectiveness is not 100%, right? So there'll remain to be some residual risk even after we complete system hardening. And so also something that we are doing a deeper dive on is if the same level of system hardening is required for all areas, right? So it's kind of what I would get into. So there may be some location where different types or a more targeted deployment of system hardening is needed, and which we've shown here in this table, right, under the level 2 and level 3 mitigations, which I think it's really kind of target, like, to show you, like, hey, here's the level of effectiveness on there. And so we wanted to introduce this before we kind of open it up to questions on system hardening. And one more point here, like, a lot of our details are in our work papers on this. One more thing to point out is that, when we looked at this to review kind of the effectiveness, there was a lot of combination of historical incidents that went into it to kind of figure out the effectiveness. And I think the number was like, really looked at over 4,000 plus type combinations of incidents to really determine, would system hardening have helped or not, right? And one of the things we're doing is trying to capture the learnings of definitely, of how that, what else is left, right? And that's really kind of our next evolution of when we start to look at system hardening. I'll pause there. I know I said a lot, but I know that there's a lot of questions on system hardening, so I just wanted to make sure I got through these slides, and I'd like to open it up for others for your questions or comments.
Can you explain more the level 1, 2 hybrid, the different levels?
Right. So level 1 is what we're calling kind of like the M2 mitigation. So if you went back to like those 5 categories of components, like, so that's basically our highest risk areas. We're really trying to attack each of those components. It's really a complete package. And today, it is our system hardening fire rebuild design standard. So if we're in a hot fire threat area, we're building towards that, right? What level 2 is getting at is that, because some of the things that really change, our pace of moving this is really, is move to covered conductor. And so a question there in level 2 is looking at, are there, I think it's A3, I would say. A3 is, alternative 3 is really looking at, what if we didn't do the covered conductor? Are there locations where we don't have to go to covered conductor, but reinforcing the kind of the risk profile from the area, but reinforcing for other areas is more beneficial. And then A4 is more of a kind of a package of basically looking at somewhere in between, right? You're probably doing the covered conductor, but maybe you're not replacing out all the poles. Maybe there's other reinforcements that we can do. And so I think you'll see that here in kind of the effectiveness. And so maybe it's a little, what I want to clear up. Level 1 is like our system hardening program, M2. Level 2 is more what I'm referring to as A4, right? On kind of the hybrid, because we have the word hybrid there. And then level 3 is more of the firming, kind of firming up some of parts of our system to be able to handle the risk in the area. And again, this is something there that we're going to explore. Again, it's early on. We are still trying to something we're introducing here. We're trying to have conversations internally because we also recognize the need that we want to accelerate as much of our system hardening program and in a way that is targeting the risk. And as we go through kind of the risk of the more of the remaining of our tranches or remaining distribution, potentially these could be good alternatives that could help accelerate system hardening, because the thinking is as you go further into those tranches, those are less risky circuits and maybe would not require as much of the system hardening scope as we have right now, with kind of like a one standard kind of fits everything. All right, I'll open up to questions here.
Mark, this is Tom from Turn, on slide 38, the effectiveness numbers. These are subject matter expert judgments.
These are subject matter expert judgments that we brought in. Yeah, yep. So a few subject matter experts really kind of looking at it and assessing, you know, the effectiveness of would this have resolved kind of the issue that had happened on that particular, those combinations of outages that I went over. So
I'm curious. This will maybe just help me understand how they go about that exercise, that thought exercise of thinking about the effectiveness of these of the aggregated M2 system hardening program, which consists of a suite of or portfolio of different activities. So looking at the vegetation ignition causes, a tree falling into a line, whatever its condition, whether it's got a severe defect, no defect, or a slight defect, I would think that covered conductor and some of the other elements of system hardening would have the same impact, so that you'd have the same effectiveness percentage. I'm not quite understanding how you get to different percentages, whether the tree was had a defect or had a slight defect, had no defect or a slight defect, for example. Or a severe.
Okay. I think I have some of my subject matter experts here that can maybe get into a little bit of the details, give you a flavor of what was involved in that review, and kind of answer some of your follow-up questions there. So I would like to call on, do we have, I think Brad? Brad, are you on the line?
I'm here if you can hear me.
I can hear you, Brad.
All right. Hey, everybody. I'm Brad Coling. I'm the manager of grid design. I'm responsible for the system hardening program, and people from my team were, along with me, were the ones that went over these effectiveness values. When you look at the vegetation ones in particular, we looked in conjunction with the vegetation team to really determine how to break that off for the vegetation ones. As you can imagine, on our outage reporting, we don't go into this detail in our standard outage reporting. That the vegetation management goes a little bit deeper in their individual location investigations, and that's why you see a little bit of a difference between the no defect fall into versus a slight a defect. Also, when you start talking about trees that have no defect versus trees that have slight defects, a lot of the trees that have the no defects tend to be smaller, and they tend to be ones that don't have the time associated with them that the older trees would. They're not as big. Their breast height is not as large, and so when they impact the lines, it's not as a significant. An impact.
So let's see. So a no defect tree, smaller, younger. So these effectiveness. This is about reducing the frequency, right?
This is when we looked at this, what we were determining was if we had a hardened system in place, what do we believe, based on our years of experience in reviewing outages and other things, how would our system had performed versus these type of items?
Okay, so it's effectiveness at reducing incidents of something. Are we again talking about ignitions and faults here?
We're talking mostly about the outage.
Outage. I don't understand why we can't just use the same. We established earlier that the risk event is a reportable ignition. I don't understand why we can't use the same vocabulary every time for figuring out the elements that you're applying in this methodology. So why aren't we figuring out effectiveness, thinking about, but can I finish? Figuring out the effectiveness of reducing reportable ignitions.
Maybe that was misspoken. We did this for all the outage incidences. However, we tied the ignitions related to our outage events. And so this is a reflection on the the ignition cause and the effectivenesses relative to the ignitions. So we did do that, and we subsequently have essentially this slide for outages, which is broken down by those set of subdrivers as part of the distribution overhead. So we did do it for ignitions.
Okay. All right. That's good. Reportable ignitions?
That's correct. Yes.
Only reportable, not ignitions.
So we did for the data that we have, we based on the combinations of the cause and subdrivers, all those combinations, those we kind of have systematically apply that to all of our data. So we are able to do it on call it non-reportable ignitions as well. But since this assessment is just on the reportable ignitions, we only use reportable ignitions here.
Okay. All right. So back to my question. So you're saying that the reason why we have different effectiveness percentages for the condition of the tree that fell into the line is, maybe I better let you say it. I may be misspeaking, relative to the Veg team, but what we did there is for each of those incidences, depending on the size and kind of the age of the tree, whether it's a big tree or small tree, our covered conductor would prevent kind of those smaller impacts, those younger trees, but for larger ones, we would not, which is why the data isn't exact for each type of Veg subdriver, because it also depends on per incident what kind of the age of the tree is. So the ones that fell into, the ones that have would seem to be the worst condition, that would be maybe the biggest, would be the ones with a moderate to severe defect. And there it's a 46% effectiveness, which is better than for the slight defect.
Yeah, so considering that some of our program also removes some of those trees, there's also, we have to take that in, that's taken into account as the number of instances there too.
But we're trying to figure out the effectiveness of system hardening. I guess what fundamentally I don't understand is, you have covered conductor. I thought it's supposed to be, and I know this is an issue we're trying to understand better, but I thought the idea was it was supposed to be extremely beneficial in preventing ignitions when any portion of a tree comes in contact with the conductor. And so I'm not understanding why the effectiveness should be different depending upon, what the condition of the tree.
The larger trees, when they impact the lines, will still break that wire. So when you break that covered conductor, you will still have exposed parts that have the potential to cause the faults that could lead to an ignition.
But then the slight defect tree, which is a smaller tree, under your thinking,
slight defect does not mean that it's
the lines can come together. Yeah, the lines can come together and they could have intermittent contacts. There's, everybody pictures a large tree falling across the line and either leaning there or just clearing out the entire set. But there's a lot of glancing blows from these trees that fall in. There's a lot of just single line strikes when these trees fall in. when it falls at an angle, it's going to adjust the amount of force that it applies. So when you look at it in general, when you look at it generally here, when you have to summarize it up into a bucket, there is a percentage that is going to be mitigated through the covered wire and some of it that is not.
Okay. Is there, and I know we looked at the work papers last time, and I remember just seeing sort of like a one-line kind of explanation for these things in the work papers. Is that what we're going to have to look at to see how PG&E justifies these different effectiveness numbers?
So in the work paper, in the following tabs, we show every combination, and there's about 4,000, 5,000 rows, each one with an explanation on those events.
Every combination of what?
Every combination that was reviewed for the ignition as well as the outage data set, the combination of driver, subdriver, and condition.
And somehow that was rolled up into these numbers that are on this slide 38?
That's correct.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, I'll have to look at that.
Joseph Mitchell from MGRA. I was just wondering, how do you actually estimate your covered conductor survivability for various tree strikes? Is this just best estimate from your experts, or do you have experimental data that you're using, or are you doing engineering calculations? How is this being estimated?
Brad? Hey, Brad?
So how is the effectiveness level being calculated? We tranched our responses between none, low, medium, high, and all. And those were set at specific percentages for where we thought that the effectiveness would lie. And then it was further, I introduced with the ignition models with Benson.
Okay, just returning to the specific question of covered conductor. You said you put in what you thought the effectiveness levels would be. Where does this expectation for effectiveness come from? How do you estimate whether a covered conductor is going to survive a tree strike, or conversely be damaged by a tree strike but ignite or cause an ignition or not? Is that based on experimental data?
Yeah, I'll start off. So the way we worked this here, I think what we mentioned here is we had our subject matter kind of experts that look at a lot of the reliability data. The Veg team got together, and it was a subjective view where we looked at each of the events and analyzed it and understood would this equipment have mitigated that event. And so I know that was kind of a deep review that the team had done. And so on top of that, other work that we had undertaken was also trying to understand the strength of the system. And we have, again, this is just some additional review that we were looking at, trying to determine kind of the strength that we get from tree strikes. So there is some work that we started doing out of our ATS labs that uses a finite element analysis. So really it's kind of modeling kind of like the distance of trees and others, and try to understand what strength we gain through different kind of like situations for system hardening. And so there was some work there that we were doing, to try to better understand, do we really get kind of the strength that we think we get? And I think what Brad's getting at is some of those analyses there, again, those are more just kind of simulations that we ran. They were more informative of just kind of aligning with kind of the thinking that we've done here. To understand, like, do you really get kind of the strength, so again, depending on the tree, the angle, and where it falls on which part of the circuit or conductor You know, what the team is saying is showing like, hey, you could see, you'll still see the conductor would break, still create an ignition risk. And so those are, again, you know, we've done some analysis on that, but a lot of it was really based off of kind of the analysis of our SMEs to go through each of those combinations, looking at the scope of system hardening, and really, you know, kind of going through that. Will it take care of that reliability? I'm sorry, that ignition risk that is out there.
So this is Wendy. It's still not making sense to me then. If it looks like you did include outages, analysis of outages as part of your wildfire risk mitigation plan, which is something I think you should do, but I'm struggling. Why isn't there ignition and also faults data in your bow ties? And following up with that, in your electric distribution overhead failure chapter, I think 11 or whatever, you know, one of your 5 tranches is small conductors, which you say is 22,000 circuit miles, if I got that correctly. And I would think small conductors would make a difference whether whether a tree hit it and stuff. So I really am struggling with the original bow tie and why faults are not included in your original bow tie. I'll just say that again.
Okay. So I think I heard like some of the numbers there. I think some of that is kind of mixing with our distribution overhead bow tie that's not related to wildfire. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm unpacking that. And maybe if we just advance it one slide further, and I think just a few more things here maybe to speak on that. So if we can advance it, but regardless there, I think on the next slide, you know, we start to get into kind of like the effectiveness, the cause, and equipment, and really kind of a snapshot of kind of the details of the different combinations that we're talking about that are in our work paper. So, you know, you could take a closer look at those combinations, and it'll show you like, you know, what was the basic cause, kind of like what failed, what were the conditions, how it failed, whether it was, kind of the level of like of type of failure it was, the condition it was, and then what we were getting at is kind of the level, kind of the effectiveness of system hardening, and then we provide some additional details behind that there. So anyway, I wanted to make sure that was kind of put out there. And then again, for the center of the wildfire bow tie is reportable ignitions, right? So just wanted to kind of make sure that was kind of the case there. And then for distribution overhead, we really separate out all the ignition causing failures in order to show per tranche and move those all into kind of the wildfire, the consequences to wildfire, right? So a lot of ways just to kind of separate those out on what those two bow ties are trying to accomplish. Anyway, I hope that helps or not.
No, I'm not saying that reportable ignitions shouldn't be in the bow tie. They definitely should. But I am going to repeat, and we'll talk about it more later. I mean, fault data can tell a lot too about certain circuits and whether they may be at risk to cause wildfire.
Okay. Yeah, well, probably maybe in the kind of the next section, we can talk more about it. I'd love to hear more about kind of your, kind of the thinking you have on that. So I know that we didn't get through everything, and I know that we're probably looking to, I'm going to bring this over to Ken. One suggestion here is we have a few more other programs to cover, but I think it doesn't sound like we're going to have time today. So Ken, maybe Ken or Steve?
Yeah, let me jump in real quick, Mark. And before we get to that conversation, which I want to, there is a question that's been pending online for a little bit too long, and I'd like to try and resolve it. It goes back a number of slides. So I'm just going to read it, and if we can square that up, maybe we can move into the more administrative piece of how we want to move forward. But from Pearlie Sabino, they ask, can you address whether you have clear trigger protocols in place for using each mitigation such as PSPS?
So for PSPS particular, we do have protocols in place on when we would actually call for such an event. I can't recite all of them top of my head, but those we do. Those are scripted on when we would call such an event there. So the answer for that particular program would be yes. For using some of these other programs like system hardening, I think we've really been focusing on the high fire threat areas, and so I think that's kind of been like our focus is we recognize that there's from this risk bow tie analysis, we recognize there's risk in those areas, and a lot of those ignitions. If anything you walk away from this discussion is that you see a lot of them are those ignition events are really triggered to like our distribution system. So that's an insight for us, and so that's why we're focusing in those areas. That's triggering us to really focus in on our system hardening and based on our drivers, focusing on the vegetation. So I think that starts to get a little bit into the question, on there. Hopefully that provides some directional feel for the question.
Okay, thank you, Mark. So I think that satisfies the questions that I see online, and I think we wanted to take a few minutes as we kind of wind down the presentation to talk about the next steps. And when we absolutely agree with your comment about continuing this workshop. I think we have submitted our date for the next workshop to you, Steve, as August 26th. That we plan for workshop number 3, which would be the electric risks, the gas risks, and any follow-up questions with the modeling team. I think our initial proposition to continue this would be the next day, August 27th, and I say that because we could also, we could take rhythm from that workshop on the 26th and anything we don't complete there, and bring it over into kind of the 27th. So if certainly interested in hearing what key parties have to say about that, but right off the bat, I think that's what we are looking as. I think
so I want to devote August 26th entirely to all the other risks that are non-wildfire risk. So I want to make sure that we address those risks first before jumping back to the wildfire risk. Otherwise, the wildfire risk is going to eat up everything else. So I want to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's fair. And we have no objections. I had just heard, and I thought what we confirmed was, I think there was an interest in gas and the other 2 electric risks, and that what we're preparing for. But if people want to hear from every risk, I think we need that clarification, because that's not what we have in our notes.
So the 27th, we can pick up where we are not completing today on wildfire risk. And how much time do you think we'll need? Half a day or a full day?
Well, hey, can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so can we just jump back to that question I asked about the 26th and just clarifying? So you want all risks, which is not what we had been, I think, initially preparing for. We had been preparing for gas and electric, but you would like all non-wildfire risks on that day. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, I get it. I just want to be very clear on that. And then your next question about the 27th for the continuance of the wildfire workshop, Steve, what was that?
So we're teaching today with this wildfire risk, is it correct? And people want to have an additional day on wildfire risk? Is that what I'm hearing?
That seems to be correct, yes, Steve.
Okay, yep, okay. So if that's the wish of the parties, so be it.
Well, Tom, I'd certainly like you to weigh in. Our preference would be to go to back-to-back. I think it'd be helpful to us, but if that works for you.
As far as I know, it works for us, although I would ask our consultants to speak up if they have problems on either of those days. While they're thinking about that, if we're going to do all the risks on the 26th and then have a continuation day or continuation of the wildfire discussion on the 27th, we may just want to block out both days because we may need to spill over on the other risks, the non-wildfire risks, onto the 27th as well.
Yep, I agree with that. I think it's a good idea.
Okay. Ready.
Okay. And then I think just kind of closing out this presentation from PG&E side, we really just want to thank everyone who showed up today, everyone who listened from 10 o'clock to 3:17. We heard a lot of really good feedback, a lot of questions, a lot of thoughtfulness, which we appreciate. We know that through the SMAP proceeding and the other proceedings connected to the risk-based decision-making framework, we know that the purpose of RAMP is to continue to refine the way that we analyze, manage, and manage our top safety risks. So with that said, thank you to everybody. And I think as we move forward here into the last part of the day, we're handing the ball over to the Safety Policy Division, and we are going to take a step back into a more listening role. We're going to capture what we hear as the SPD leads this discussion and take that back to our leadership for consideration. So thank you to Safety Policy Division. Thank you to everybody who was here today, who participated, who listened, who has an opinion to help us drive to be better. So, and thank you from the PG&E team.
Thank the stakeholders for the questions we received. Definitely making us think through this a little bit more, so really appreciate it.
Thank you. This is Wendy Almagdad. I'll share my screen so I can share the document that I sent out. So just give me 1 minute to kind of figure that out. Just give me 1 second.
As you do that, Wendy, I would just ask Robert if you could move one more person into panelists if they have not already, and potentially they have been, but I think Matt Pender.
Will do.
Oh, yeah, he looks to be a panelist. Great, awesome. Thank you, Robert.
Oh, sorry. Robert, this is Wendy. Is it okay if I share content and you take this one down? I'm just going to share a 1-page document. Right. Thank you. Just 1 second. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. So I know this is unusual, but we live in unusual times. So let me start off with that. What you have before you is an item. I think most people that are on this call hopefully have it. It was sent out to the RAMP email list yesterday morning by Stephen Hain. So it's just 1 page. So basically, we asked last Friday, for those of you who aren't aware, Safety Policy Division staff asked last Friday if we could have an hour of time at the end of this workshop to discuss some initial identified deficiencies. And that's what we want to do here. And really, it's also not just about discussing these specific deficiencies, because there's been other things raised too. But I think really more importantly, it's discussed. I mean, I would like the discussion. We can review these things, but they're not all inclusive, and other people have brought up really great things. The more important point to me is if you see in the request line, we're requesting PG&E to propose what could PG&E do to remediate these deficiencies and perhaps other things that have been brought up early on since the ramp was filed a month ago, perhaps a supplemental ramp filing or an amendment. But what we're wanting to do is really open the discussion up and say, we think just these initial deficiencies are enough for us to for PG&E to consider what could PG&E do well in advance of filing a year from now or 11 months from now. I'm not sure the date, 11 to 12 months from now, their test year 2023 GRC filing. So, and really so that we can do more thorough analysis on work that, PG&E would, hopefully improve their modeling, their risk modeling for wildfire. And then we could do analysis that would be on that improvement before it goes into the GRC. So that's what I meant by, for RASA. RASA is my group. We've brilliantly gotten that acronym back again, Risk Assessment and Safety Analytics section. And we used to be in Safety and Enforcement Division, just for those who may not know. We are now in a new division at the CPUC called the Safety Policy Division, and we're under the Safety Management System. So what I'll do first is just go through these initial deficiencies and then open it up for discussion, because it's the discussion part that's really important. And before I go on, trying to figure out how to scroll down here. Actually, how do I scroll when? I'm sorry. Where's my scroll? Robert, do you know? I'm struggling to scroll down.
What application are you in?
Yeah, I just wanted to be able to scroll back and forth down on this document, and I don't know why. When I go over to I don't see my scroll thing. Oh, there it is. There it is. Sorry. Got it. Thank you. Okay. So I'll go through these initial deficiencies, and they're very initial, but they're pretty critical to some very core elements of the wildfire risk modeling. What I will also say is that Safety Policy Division is in touch with the Wildfire Safety Division, and so we are collaborating with them.
Hey,
so
Wendy.
Yes?
Wendy, you can minimize your ribbon on your Word program. You can minimize that ribbon.
Oh, this one up here. That one? Is that?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Okay, I'll eventually scroll down to show the whole thing. Sorry, I did not have time to put this in a PowerPoint, and so bear with me. And maybe I can make it a little bigger. There. Okay, and then I'll just scroll down. So the first two out of these 4 deficiencies that we've identified are really non-compliance deficiencies, in the sense that Wildfire Safety Division issued final resolutions, WSD-002 and WSD-003 on June 11, 2020. And as I mentioned on Friday, I think, but I'll mention it again, we did see that PG&E said we didn't have time because our June 30th, our deadline was June 30th to take into account Wildfire Safety Division's identified deficiencies. So what PG&E said was, if I understood right, was that they would do it, at least for PSPS issue here, they would do it before they file the GRC. But what we're getting at is we really think it needs to be done even sooner than that. So we can do a lot more analysis before the GRC filing. So the first deficiency is that, as was, I think, mentioned earlier, PSPS, which is Public Safety Power Shutoff, I think, cannot be a mitigation justified by the use of risk-band efficiency. And that's what Wildfire Safety Division has stated in their resolutions. And my understanding of the main reason is that because societal and economic impacts and cost analysis are really required for PSPS justification, particularly in my power engineering world, you know, it's a very unique mitigation because you're basically stopping service. You're not providing service. And so it is a very unusual mitigation, to say the least. So that's the first identified deficiency. The second one is that Wildfire Safety Division, as far as I understand, has stated that all initiatives to mitigate wildfires, including controls that lack risk analysis and RCs, are insufficient. That they basically want to see what is the risk reduction from all initiatives, whether you call it a control or whether you call it a mitigation. And I believe there's other things, but these were the top two that popped out. I'll just go on and just review this
Wendy,
whole. Yeah?
This is John Mader, I'm a Wildfire Safety Advisory Board member. We made a number of recommendations to the Wildfire Safety Divisions that are convergent with this deficiency finding. In particular, a recommendation, which you can find in our report, 2.1 and 4.1, which together we're recommending that PSPS not be treated as a desirable, like a legitimate mitigation, but it be treated as a risk in of itself, something to be solved against, and that that risk be included into future method for calculating risk-ben efficiency calculations, so that the elimination of that risk. And in conjunction with the idea of quantifying risk reduction so that engineers can then apply mitigations to circuits so as to reduce the risk to sufficiently to a level that circuits could be operated potentially at during wind events where they normally would have to have a PSPS event. And so I noticed that the Wildfire Safety Division's deficiency findings, dovetail very nicely with our recommendations. Arthur Gale's putting on a workshop on the 11th. I'll be presenting these recommendations, and we'll also be reaching out to you to present these recommendations to you. We've already met with Turn and the public advocates and representatives from PG&E.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you brought up the August 11th workshop. My understanding is there are wildfire workshops August 11th and 12th. I don't know the agenda yet, but I'm definitely hoping to attend anyway. So thank you.
We'll see you there.
Thank you.
And we'll reach out before then as well.
Sure, please do. Yes, please. Thank you. So I just want to try to continue on to get over to cover this and then open it up to discussion, because I really want to hear from Turn and Joseph Mitchell and Chris Parks and PG&E. So the next identified deficiencies were what I put together really quickly, but basically their initial deficiencies that Safety and Policy Division have found. The third deficiency is basically that the controls and mitigations are just insufficient. They really lack appropriate granularity, and I think in our discussion today that was a concern that many brought up. The other thing is that the distinction between control and mitigation, I'm not 100% sure about this, but it does seem arbitrary. It's still very difficult. I thought for a little bit that controls were things that have only been done in the past, and then I noticed a couple of new controls, and I haven't read everything, but it doesn't seem crystal clear of what that distinction is, whether it's a control versus a mitigation. What I will also say is that a majority of the controls do lack modeling. And actually, I think it's all of the controls in the wildfire section. I think I was getting myself confused that one of the controls in the non-wildfire electric distribution chapters was modeled, but I don't think any in the wildfire have been, if I understood correctly. So really, it's all of the controls in wildfire lack RSE modeling and results. And so it's hard when there is no way to assess the risk reduction benefits. It's hard to assess, all of these controls. And the other thing I would point out is there's way more controls than there are mitigations in PG&E's filing. So it's really hard to, whether to know as, whether existing initiatives, I'll just call them initiatives, or I don't even know what to call them, but anyway, programs and existing programs and projects, how effective they are. To reduce wildfire risk. So if we're spending billions of dollars on a program and it's really not effective, that's something important for the commission to understand. The second thing I already talked about, the distinction between controls and mitigations, the B3B, 3C, many mitigations and controls require further granularity as individual initiatives, with more of a local lens for the RSE analysis to understand the effectiveness of each mitigation. I just listed the M2 as an example, and if I understood right, I understood that there was some undergrounding, but most of it, M2 meant you would do covered conductor, and some undergrounding, pole replacements, and I think if I read it right, it was only for covered conductor. So maybe that is related to covered conductor. But covered conductor RSE should be very different than an undergrounding RSE. And then the fuse cutouts and switch replacements, for basically to get rid of the equipment that causes sparks in normal operation. To me, that would have a different mitigation effectiveness. And then transformer replacements with the fire resistant fluid. So like that, this is just like a very quick example of why are these all together in one program as a mitigation. And the 3D here is talking about subdrivers. And I see now that you have that mitigation effectiveness by subdrivers, it looks like, but the concern is just that, is it following through? It's not clear how the subdrivers are driving the mitigations. And I gave the example of third-party contact driver, which I think is 15% of ignitions, if I got that right. And these two subdrivers are very different to me, the type of mitigation that you would use for a vehicle hitting a pole versus a Mylar balloon hitting equipment or conductor. I believe those would be very different types of mitigation. So it's not clear why those are combined together. So let me scroll down and then we can get into the discussion. So make sure everybody knows what we're talking about before we start talking. So the fourth one, I feel very strongly about this, is that all the high fire threat district wildfire risk tranches, basically they're insufficient and they require significant further granularity. The SMAP settlement agreement requires tranches to have homogeneous risk profiles. And there's no way you can convince me that lumping, 15,000 circuit miles together under distribution remainder or whatever, that it all has the same risk profile. And then the other big chunk, I can't remember the numbers, but 5,000 or more in the, or 5 to 7,000 that in the to be hardened has the same risk profile. That it doesn't have the same risk profile. So it's very hard for us to tell how much of this really needs to be done or not. And then minimally, you know, it seems still, I know we had the discussion about tier 3 and tier 2 earlier, and I do recognize that you said there were some circuit miles in tier 2 that your subject matter experts thought were higher, you know, high enough risk that they needed to be done, you know, sooner rather than later. But if I understood right, I believe, Mark, that you had said you thought that most of the remainder for distribution, you know, was in tier 3 or tier 2, sorry, tier 2, the lower tier. So it still seems like it would be very helpful, you know, to understand what's in tier 2, tier 3. There's different risk profiles overall. Oh, I didn't mean, sorry about this numbering. I was changing numbering around and I realized it went E, F, G, H, I, J. Sorry, that should be A, B, C, D. But anyway, you get my point. So looking at what should be C, which is G here, the third thing under the tranches is that the 3 highest risk scored tranches are the 2 distribution tranches that have not been hardened, basically, which the amount hardened is only 171 circuit miles as of December 31st, 2019. So they're the 2, those are the largest. And then also the transmission tranche had like 5,000 circuit miles. So those totaled came out to 30,000 circuit miles, if I did my math correct, more than 30,000 circuit miles. And it's just, as I said before, it's just insufficient to say that all of those have the same kind of risk, because it could depend, you know, each circuit can have different risks, the equipment can have different risks, the vegetation contact risk could be different, and there could be other things that impact the risk profiles, like others were talking about, you know, the wind and other things. I mean, so it's just that's the big concern there. The fourth thing under here is just that you have talked about, you do prioritization, you know, and you do some kind of prioritization in order to decide which circuits for you to harden first, which circuits, you know, for you to even go out and do the vegetation management first, which, you know, equipment needs to be replaced first. So that kind of prioritization modeling, in my opinion, somehow needs to feed into the risk modeling. And perhaps could be done if you have many tranches where the risk profiles are more homogeneous. The fifth thing here, I guess, I did bring this up earlier, is that the tranches utilized in the other electric ops ramp risk, you know, modeling, it's just another example that, you know, there are ways to divide up circuit risk in the small conductors, the 22,000 circuit miles of small conductors. Are those more at risk for breaking? And if so, wouldn't those, these are right now only being considered in the reliability side, and wouldn't those perhaps impact the risk on the wildfire side? And even the reliability performance circuits, it's my understanding that you may have circuits that, you know, like have poor reliability, but what does that really mean? That means they probably have more outages, right? Which also would mean they have more faults. So something is going on with those circuits that may make them more higher risk circuits for wildfire, you know, ignitions too. I will definitely agree with you that the corrosion zones are most likely in non-high fire areas, most likely if they're coastal. Perhaps some of them still, you know, might overlap some high fire areas, but anyway, that was the point there. And to really make sure to be including the fault data in your bow tie analysis for wildfire is the concern I have. And then the last thing before I run out of breath is that regionalized or localized tranches by county or, you know, by areas would just, to me, result in more localized wildfire mitigations and really help us all understand, what we're talking about, particularly because PG&E is so large that it's very difficult to assess, a cover conductor throughout your whole system without really understanding the local, regional areas and what those risks are in those areas. So that's my presentation. And as I mentioned, I really want this to be a discussion. I don't know if you guys want to still keep this up here. We can, but I want to open it up.
Well, this is Tom from Turn. The paper that Wendy presented very much captures a lot of Turn's concerns. I think what you're hearing and what folks at PG&E, I think, have been hearing is that parties are thirsty for more granularity. As Wendy's paper indicates, the settlement, when we're talking about, and I'll first talk about tranches, when we're talking about tranches, the settlement row 14 says, for purposes of the risk analysis, each element, i.e. asset or system, contained in the identified tranche would be considered to have homogeneous risk profiles, i.e. considered to have the same lore and core. And the level of aggregation in the tranches, that has, tens of thousands of miles in a tranche clearly is not doing that. I mean, PG&E, for example, reports an RSE of 7.4 for system hardening. I believe that's a highly aggregated number. And it's not very helpful because the story gets so much more useful for so many purposes, including, one of the main purposes of this whole effort, which is to inform the record in the general rate case. It gets so much more helpful if we have a risk spend efficiency that says that for this particular set of system assets, and it's not going to be tens of thousands of miles, the RSE is quite high, and for a particular mitigation, and then for this one it's quite low. Well, that tells the commission quite a lot. I mean, often the battles that we have in rate cases are that PG&E or whatever utility has scoped the program in a way that is insufficiently balancing the need for risk reduction with the impact on affordability. And in order for the commission to be able to make those difficult judgments, and they are difficult, and not just defer to the utility, we need much more granular information. Eric from Turn pointed out that PG&E, has said in its wildfire mitigation plan that, I'm trying to catch what. Hang on just a second. I'm pulling this up. That approximately 95% of the wildfire risk is in 22% of the distribution line miles. That's very, very telling, but it's not reflected in this analysis. So that's on the tranche. That's on the tranche side, and then the same issue is on the mitigation side. For the mitigations, it would be so much more helpful and help the commission so much more in making, again, the difficult judgments that need to be made in a rate case if it had an RSE on a mitigation by mitigation basis and not based on a suite or a portfolio of mitigations that are included, such as in M2, the system hardening, or in vegetation management. When I tried to drill down a little bit on the vegetation management issues, I was getting the impression that PG said, oh, we've effectively done that through our subdrivers. Well, if you've effectively done that, then give us an RSE for each of the different elements of your vegetation management program, which I don't think you've done. So maybe it's easy to do. If you think you've done the equivalent of it already, good. Then turn that into something that gives us an RSE. And so that would be a helpful thing if PG&E could respond to that. But anyway, I totally endorse the idea of trying to get this information sooner rather than later and not leaving us wondering whether PG&E, what PG&E will do in its GRC showing, leading us to guess at that, and then having a what could be an avoidable controversy if we can address these issues sooner rather than later.
Hi, this is Joseph Mitchell, MGRA. I'll be brief. I'll just direct folks to look at the filing that we made in our protest. We cover a number of issues. Want to support Wendy's call for breaking things into geographic tranches, not necessarily artificial geographic areas, but based on particular geographic areas that would be higher risk. One example is if you look at GO95, it's tranched. GO95 is broken into elevations above and below 3,000 feet. So that's based on a different risk profile. So the equivalent things can be done, for instance, for high wind areas. We argue, as I brought up earlier, for breaking out wind as a cross-cutting driver. I think there's a fair amount of evidence for that. One thing that we haven't discussed, it was discussed in the last workshop, and we discussed it in the protest, is the effect of truncating the maximum value for risk in terms of dollars for financial risk and lives for safety risk, which I think is truncated at 100. And I think the argument for that is, well, our mitigations are the same for catastrophic fires, so it doesn't matter that much. However, I think that might be fine internally when you're trying to mitigate wildfire risks, but when you're comparing the wildfire risk spend efficiencies against other programs, you want that to be as objective as possible. So I think those are the major issues we brought up. And that in the statistical distribution, it wasn't quite clear in the RAMP filing itself that you were using the log normal for the catastrophic fires. It's in the work papers, I know, but I sort of missed that. It looked like it was saying it was Poisson distribution. But even so, I think power law is a better fit than log normal, but that just should be investigated and looked at. So if you can possibly, having some rework of this before it actually goes into the GRC, I think would save a lot of effort in the long run.
Hi, this is Steve Hain here. I want to have PG&E's modelers and SMEs give a response to Tom's and Wendy's concerns regarding the lack of granularity. How much of a challenge would that be to incorporate additional granularity into your analysis? Would the lack of data would the lack of data prevent you from having more granular models? Would the lack of data introduce additional uncertainty if you were to make it too granular? I want to hear your thoughts on that.
So Steve, while my folks are, I think they're going to jump on here. So I think definitely, maybe I'll speak before my team jumps in here. Definitely, I have heard the feedback. We're processing it. We definitely understand the theme is more on the granularity. in terms of how we could, provide that additional granularity. So I think just thinking out loud, we'd have to review kind of our tranches, this feedback, kind of available data to first determine, how these tranches could be further broken down. But at this point, really just kind of processing, what I've heard.
And I would agree with Mark. Steve, I think it's going to be really hard for Vincent and Yumi sitting right here on the spot to come up with that determination. I think, I think over the course of today, we've heard a significant amount of feedback. I think in the last 30 minutes, we've heard, a lot to really consider from Wendy, Tom, Joseph. It's. I think this is where we need to reconvene and kind of consider these questions and how we're going to respond. I think that's difficult to take on.
Yeah, one thing I would like to mention is also that to some extent this process is also iterative, right? Figuring out the appropriate level of granularity. Obviously, if we want to model every asset, that'd be great, but that will take a long time. Definitely will take many months to do. So, and then finding the right level of granularity to fit people's requests here is not something that I can give you a good estimate on.
I remember from the SMAP proceedings, from the SMAP, one of the SMAP workshops, Paul Huffman stressed the importance of taking into consideration uncertainty. He criticized the fact that all the estimates that were being considered in the SMAP proceeding were point estimates. And it seems to me that the more granular the models are, it may be counterproductive because the data points you have, the more granular the modeling is, the fewer data points you will have, and therefore you will have more uncertainty as you make the models more granular. So it may possibly be counterproductive up to a certain point. So I just want to point that out.
That's correct.
Well, can I ask one clarifying question on that? I mean, I recall from I think it was the last GRC, that PG&E had a feeder level risk analysis. So it was either risk or consequence by feeder, which some were several miles long and others were different lengths. And I heard Mark mention that now there's been a segment analysis. And, I think, so my first question is, I have one more, but my first question is, what level of granularity does PG&E already have that you're relying on kind of in the background here, which obviously you've aggregated up to different tranches. Does that make sense?
So I'll jump in and my other team can come in. So yeah, from, as this work was unfolding as part of like our wildfire mitigation plan, we've looked at, our distribution line, particularly in the high fire threat areas, and tried ranking our circuits. Again, we're not able at that point to kind of figure out what a risk score would look like, in kind of like the language we're talking about here in terms of MAVF, but we had to develop some way of being able to kind of determine the relative risk amongst each of the circuits, so that, as we were getting information coming in from our inspections and really, developing our standards for hardening, how we could start to move and really, in short order. And so a lot of these ways that we've identified through kind of this relative risk ranking, which is not an absolute risk number, we've been able to do that and be able to look at our circuits, in segments. And I think earlier what you were getting at, Eric, was kind of like, I think you were looking at you were bringing something in the WFP that talked about 95% of the relative risk is in kind of the 20% of the mile. I'm trying to remember exactly what you said. And again, that's a relative risk ranking. And what we're working toward is trying to develop an absolute risk ranking, which absolute risk value, which we're working our way through it, right? Like this is, as Vincent said, it's very iterative. We're we're using what we got from RAMP to kind of directionally inform which programs, really we want to focus more on, and it really we're kind of making our way to try to bring those integration all the way down to, down to like what we're doing on our very granular levels on our distribution kind of risk modeling. We've made commitments in our WMP to kind of build out kind of this very granular risk modeling efforts on the distribution down to the asset level. And so it's still a work in progress, right? So that's kind of, what we would say, the model we have, it's more of a relative risk compared to other assets, not an absolute risk number, if that makes sense.
Sure. I mean, I still think, whether it's absolute or relative, approximately 95% of risk is in some smaller portion of miles. Whether you're talking relative or absolute, that figure doesn't change. But what I was going to go towards is, I think what we can do to help us figure out the tranche question is to look at that, look at the work that PG&E has already done. And I think that could help lead us towards, what is the appropriate level of granularity. To Steve's point, I don't think TURN's ever going to say every single segment has to be its own tranche, right? But there will be a more granular way of looking at the HFTD where, you have more homogeneous risks starting at the highest risk down to the lower. And so, we can look at what PG&E has already done, I think, and that'll give us a better sense, I believe, of how granular the tranches need to be. And I do think, it's not just going to be tier 3 and tier 2, because to what you said earlier, some tier 2 areas are maybe even higher risk than tier 3. And so, we can try to look at that. And I don't know if Tom has thoughts about that too.
No, I think that's a really good point of trying to leverage the existing analysis. To me, it doesn't feel like we're going to get into a world of more uncertainty. It seems like we're going to get into a world of less uncertainty the more we drill down and take advantage of PG&E's knowledge of its own system. I mean, if PG&E has this information, of course it has this information, it needs to intimately understand the assets that it's responsible for managing on behalf of the public. And so PG&E, as a responsible operator, needs to have that information. So I think when we granular, we get more certain, less certain when we roll things up and aggregate.
I think from a portfolio total standpoint, having more granularity, you may have more certainty, but on an individual tranche standpoint, the uncertainty increases, the confidence level decreases as you increase the granularity. I think that's the point. From a whole total portfolio standpoint, having additional granularity probably makes the confidence level increase. But on each tranche, as you make it finer and finer, you get fewer and fewer data points, and the model becomes more uncertain and more uncertainty.
So Steve, I would agree with that if you only use ignitions, because you have much more limited data points with ignitions. But if they look at fault, they have thousands and thousands of recorded faults, and they're using that in their other, bow tie analysis for other electric risk. And I believe that might actually help them. In some analysis.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily arguing. Vincent, let me respond to that. I'm not necessarily arguing against the concept of higher granularity. I'm just putting that point out as a point to consider, pointing out that there's a balance. It's probably going to be a balancing act. So
just put that just a little kind of relate a little bit of the experiences that we've been having trying to look at distribution circuit level kind of risk modeling, right? I mean, so we do starting out with the intention of doing the lower time score calculation down to a very granular level, asset level, circuit level. But looking at the fault data, looking at the frequencies is just one side of it. We also need to have a way to estimate the consequences. So I'm just giving you some of the practical kind of difficulties, hardships we're facing with that, right? And estimating the consequences down to the asset level is it's not trivial. And as Steve's mentioned, yes, we do lack a lot of data because the consequences of asset failures by each circuit is probably different, and we don't have enough data to support that kind of analysis now. So the question is, how do we get the data and make sure that it's not just averages again all over again?
So can I just make one comment on that? I mean, you can, and I'm kind of steeped in Edison at the moment, but they're doing very similar analysis, and you don't have to have historical data to estimate consequence. You can do it on a modeling basis. So it's not that you had to have a fire to know what the consequence is. And yeah, I believe PG&E has done this as well. You guys have, please correct me if I'm wrong, but you've done REACT's modeling on a pretty granular basis to understand if there was an ignition in a place, what would the consequence look like? I mean, you've done some of that modeling. Is that fair?
Well, we've looked at REACTs, and you may correct me if I'm wrong. We've looked at REACTs, and we've noted that some of the outputs that come out of REACTs, I believe REACTs comes out with a ranking score. It doesn't come out with a probability of ignition score, are not directly usable by our model. So that's some of the issues that we have to deal with. Benson and Jimmy, feel free to join in.
It is consequence, yeah, not probability.
Yeah, so yeah, I think this speaks to. Go ahead, Yumi.
I was going to say that we are, in fact, actively looking into modeling the risk score at really granular level, especially using our distribution risk model. And trying to deal with the challenges when we go more granular. When we go really granular level, then the type of analysis that we have done at this bowtie at the given tranches are not going to be applicable nicely because we have used the historical data in a way to indicate the probability of ignition. However, if we go into the asset level analysis, then as Stephen pointed out, the historical data will have really large room of error in predicting and estimating the probability of ignition. So it requires, I think what Eric said, it requires some predictive modeling to drive the probability of failure as well as the consequence when, if the ignition happens. So we are actively looking into actually doing the analysis around, okay, what is the probability of asset failure as well as the ignitions around the distribution assets where the most risk present in according to the wildfire risk bowtie model. And then also looking at the consequence modeling as well as really our locational aspect and to see how we can incorporate the modeling that's coming out of those really granular analysis to be able to inform the real consequence modeling, right? At the without losing, I would say, the whole perspective on like what the real distribution of the consequence will be.
And I believe right now we're just at a pilot stage in terms of that modeling. So we're quite far off.
Your distribution model, failure model, does that incorporate your outage producing wind model?
Which model are you referring to?
No. You just brought that up, the distribution asset.
Yeah. distribution risk model does not currently bring in outage predicting wind model. I believe that is more for the short-term decision making rather than long-term predictive analysis.
So then with
right
your
now.
distribution failure model, you're looking at it as just a sort of stochastic process where your distribution failures occur randomly in time?
Yes, it was basically using, I'm not probably the best person to speak about the approaches that we have taken in the current effort of developing that model, but basically it's trying to figure out what would be the probability of ignition or the fault around our distribution assets.
Yeah, I would suggest that that integrating those approaches would be very productive. The stochastic variable is when do your weather systems come in, how often, and how intense are they? And then once you have those, you have the piece of under those conditions of extreme winds, what is your risk profile and what sort of asset failures based on asset conditions would you see for a particular weather event of that severity? Easy to say, but you know.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the challenges we're trying to work through. I think kind of hearing all the feedback we've received here, I mean, I think those are all things that we want to get to, but we want to get to accurately. When we think about getting a prioritization model, a list of, our highest quote unquote ranking circuits, we actually do provide that in our modeling work papers. So that's available as part of RAMP. And one thing that we wanted to be careful about when we thought about integrating into our tranches is that because it was a relative rank, one circuit compared to another, it doesn't actually represent kind of what the absolute risk is there. So as we think about integrating more and more of kind of the consequence modeling, the probability of failure modeling, we have to take each one of those into account and to not to actually calculate the appropriate absolute risk in the framework of this MAVF, or else we get into another kind of relative risk ranking, again, that can't be compared, across different risks and different, we wouldn't be able to use it consistently across the enterprise. So we're really trying to work through that. Like I think Vince has said, we do have some pilot work that we're trying to think about how this gets integrated. And obviously there's a lot of challenges that we're trying to work through. And until we're ready to really show that and confidently be able to present that information, we want to work through all those kinks before we show that externally.
This is Wendy. I know we've talked a lot about tranches, and I'm wondering if we can go back and talk about PSPS, about using something else than the traditional RSE.
So this is John Mader. I think I mentioned earlier that that's exactly what our recommendation was to treat PSPS as a risk in of itself, combined with a method to evaluate, a proposal to develop a method to evaluate and quantify risk reduction on a granular circuit level basis, and then do risk spend efficiencies at a project level to see which ones are the best to drive both wildfire mitigation and PSPS reduction. And then, we're going to be presenting on August 11th. And if anybody, I think our team's already reached out to you today, Wendy. Like I said, we met with Turn and Public Advocates yesterday. be happy to meet with anybody else who would like to contact us.
At this point, we're in listening mode, so be interested to listen to your recommendations.
Perhaps we can then, I would encourage all that could to attend that August 11th, because it may, seems like it may be beneficial and continue this discussion, particularly for the PSPS. But perhaps we can go back to the controls and mitigations themselves, and I'd like to hear more discussion. To me, that might be one of the easier things for PG&E to tackle, in particular, breaking up some of the current mitigations, but also the controls. And even if PG&E had to go back and calculate pre-controls a baseline, I would think that this would be doable.
Wendy, like we mentioned, we're working on it. So we will have something. We're committed to having something for the GRC in terms of the controls. It's just something that was quite difficult for us to get to in a short time period. And we've mentioned this since the rate case plan proposed decision came out.
So maybe this goes back to the initial request. Let me pull it up. Because our real request is before the GRC to do as much of this as possible. It doesn't, maybe it wouldn't have to all be done. Maybe it could be different things you tackle at different times. And but this is our request for PG&E to consider. And I know Turn weighed in. Don't want to wait 11 months, to see what PG&E has done when they file the GRC. I think it's June 30th, 2021. Correct me if I'm wrong. But we're getting at, and having PG&E, do it before then, so that we can all have done further analysis before the GRC is filed.
Yeah, so Wendy, I think you bring up a good point, and I want to kind of talk about a couple challenges we ran into as we started going through the control process. We presented something as kind of a pilot regarding our inspections for a kind of control RSE. So very quickly to kind of talk what we did there is the number of tags we identified through our inspection process, whether it's fine weights, the priority of what we think the level, how quickly we have to fix it. One concept that we ran into significant difficulties on is, for example, inspections versus maintenance. So from a control perspective, our whole program is to have very thorough inspections so that we can have a list of items to perform maintenance work on. As part of even WMP, we've been asked to try to break those two apart to calculate the RCs of each one individually. However, we'd like to hear some feedback on inspections by itself don't reduce risk until you do something about it. But we don't know what to do unless we inspect it. So we would like to hear some feedback on how to best present that information as separate RSEs, because what we did in RAMP is we combined those two together and said, with an inspection, we would want to do corrective maintenance, hence it's risk reducing. And the number of tags we find reduces the number of outages we expect to see in our system, and hence that's how it reduces risk. So that's how we presented it, but we continue to find that challenging as we go into WMP, supporting those deficiencies about how to adequately break those apart. So any comments about how we can break out the benefits of inspection by itself versus maintenance by itself?
Yeah, so this is one we'd love to get, maybe there's not an answer there for folks, but definitely, there's just some challenges, and this starts to speak also in, we're trying to get granular by splitting that up, and then do we when we do that, did we create something that we've now lost the value that some things just naturally integrate? So definitely would love to get folks' thoughts on, we did, again, as Benson mentioned, we did issue kind of like we shared kind of a pilot concept with people. I think that's, how that framework looks like. Is it the right level of granularity? Is it really flagging the right level of risk that we think? I think we'd like to get that input, and that'll give us something to really kind of hone in on. A lot of this here from this meeting is definitely, I'm getting kind of the expectations are being set of more granularity, and in this, bringing this one up, want to make sure it hits the mark as well.
Mark, this is Tom. I'm sorry, I'm not clear on what the proposal is that you're asking for feedback on.
So
how do we separate our?
Thank you, Benson. Go ahead.
In RAMP, we provided a pilot RC on our inspections, where we assumed that by inspecting, we also would have the corrective maintenance to actually reduce a potential outage and or a potential ignition. However, if we really wanted to calculate the control RC on maintenance versus inspections separately, how should we do so? We would like some feedback on how we should break that apart, considering inspection by itself does not reduce risk, but maintenance without inspections, we wouldn't know where to do work.
Well, I guess I'm unclear on the problem that you're trying to unpack. What I've been saying is well, first of all, I guess I don't see a problem per se in if you do an inspection and you find something that needs fixing, I don't see a problem with that being looked at together. So that's that's one thing.
But in WMP, it asks to break that apart.
Okay, you're speaking to, yeah, okay. I think, Chuck, you wanted to say something?
Yes, this is Chuck Feinstein. Speaking for myself, in the past, when I have solved problems like this, I found it very useful to do two things. One was to specify the likelihood of failure dependent on the condition of the asset. And the other was to compute the value of information provided by knowledge of the condition of the asset. So every time you do an inspection, you learn something. Every time you learn something that has value. That in itself may reduce the estimate of the risk that you have. But even if it doesn't, there's a certain value of information which can be computed. So perhaps that's a place to start.
And what's an example of the value of information
an example
in regards to our risk profile?
An example could be a strategy that says that if you know something about the asset condition, not only could that provide the basis for a more granular tranche, but also it could provide the basis for a maintenance policy. And so if you knew the information, then you'd know what to do, as opposed to attempting to apply it at too broad a level. And that has value with respect to risk reduction.
So in the context of what we just presented as an example, you know, these are concepts I'm trying to contemplate right now. So love to hear your feedback on that. What you're saying is that the ability to essentially understand different levels of risk, for example, tranches. So maybe I'll use system hardening as an example. We indicated that the tranche of higher risk is where we would spend our system hardening work on. Absent of our inspections or absent of our data collection practices, then we would not know where to do the work on. So we might be doing it in non-high fire threat district. And hence we would calculate the incremental, the difference, the delta of the kind of the risk reductions between those two concepts to calculate the benefits of the control. Is that what I'm kind of hearing?
That's one possibility. Another possibility is to assume that you could define the tranche itself with respect to the condition of the asset. And then you could inspect the asset to find out whether or not it is actually in that condition. As a consequence of the inspection, you might change the assessment of the condition of the asset, and you might therefore change the assessment of the likelihood of failure. As a consequence of that, you change the risk. As a consequence of that, you change the action. And all of that has measurable value.
But by itself, you were talking about either changing the likelihood or changing the consequence. Those are separate actions. So I'm trying to interpret, how do you separate out those that, you know, just being able to identify, which in itself does not reduce likelihood, nor does it reduce consequence.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was not clear. One way of proceeding might be to observe the condition of the asset, and all that will do is change what you believe the likelihood of failure is.
I get what you're saying. I'm just trying to understand, even if I monitor it 24/7 and I don't do anything about it, what risk will it reduce?
It changes your measurement of the risk. What it does is it puts the asset perhaps in a different tranche.
That in itself, we still don't do anything with. I'm trying to balance out between the ask about doing control RCs, which I think is relevant, but the also ask in the deficiencies about breaking those apart, which means that we have to assume that we're also doing something about the inspection, but we're being asked to not. We want those calculated independently. So I'm struggling with how to respond to that ask.
Benson, I think you're trying to have. I think you're trying to have us fix a particular issue, which I don't think is particularly the issue that Turn has been raising. I mean, it's an issue you're going to need to deal with, but and you're trying to have us address it on the fly, and it's sort of like drafting a 200-page document together by committee. I mean, it's not something we're going to solve on a way of doing it.
I agree with that, Tom, and you know, I think this conversation has been good. I'll reiterate what I said before. You know, this was our chance, I think, to listen. I think we need an opportunity to take this back and think about it. I mean, this was a long day. There was a lot of really good things to take away for us. We need a chance to digest this. I mean, this is all part of the process. This is, you know, a conversation that's important to us. It's a conversation that, you know, obviously we will continue, and we're interested in continuing. So, Wendy, I don't don't speak for anything, but I don't think we have any comment at this moment. We just need, I think, time to look at this and think about, all the things we heard from your document and from the more granular discussion from a number of different parties, and think about what we can do in some capacity, how this all kind of ties together. So I think we need that opportunity.
And I don't disagree. I wasn't expecting it to be resolved today. What I would ask to consider is, since we are going to continue this wildfire subject to August 27th, I think it's really critical for us to continue and hear PG&E's initial responses, perhaps, to some of these major things on August 27th. And, the reason is because, the way I think of it as an engineer, like a systems engineer, you can have the greatest model, which we haven't even really looked at all the details of the model itself, but the inputs, the way you set it up, the assumptions are really critical to what kind of output you're going to get. It's kind of just a simple way to think about it. And I know, it'd be definitely good to hear about the other subjects on August 27th, but, perhaps PG&E could consider some initial response to not just these identified issues, but also some other big ones raised in the workshops. And I'll let others speak.
Yeah, I'll just jump in, and I'll say I think that's reasonable, and that gives us an opportunity to go back, look at this, and then meet again on the 27th. I think the 26th and 27th are going to be, they're going to be long days if we're doing all the risks, Steve and Wendy. I don't think we want to miss on this either. So we'll take this back. I think we have more than just this to think about. I can assure you that there will be some immediate conversations as the result of this workshop, which I think is really, one of the objectives, is to make sure there's internal and external dialogue about our risk assessment. And, as we move forward, we will address these issues to the best of our ability. So I think that's fair, Wendy. I think, as we have another workshop, we can prepare to continue this conversation based off of not just this document, but the other items we've heard from other parties.
Okay, we are drawing to a close. It's 4:29. So we are 1 minute away from concluding this workshop. And as we agreed to earlier before, there will be 2 additional workshop days starting on August 26th, and then another workshop on the 27th. August 27th will be to continue discussing the wildfire risk issues. August 26th, the day before, August 26th, will be the workshop to discuss all other risks in the RAM other than the wildfire risk. So those are going to be 4-day workshops from 10 to 4:30, and I will send out notices with all the lock-in information and such when they become available. So any last comments from anybody else before we adjourn? Okay, thank you very much for your participation today. This has been a very fruitful workshop. There has been a lot of very fruitful discussions today. I hope you all learned a great deal from it. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.